Welcome back, everyone. I move that we reconvene this April 22nd meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul. We'll go Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Okay, we've got quorum and are back.
And this is Commissioner Saul. Apologies, I am back.
No worries at all. Okay, cool. Let's go to calendar number 129-22-S. This will be Councilor Tom Moore. As everyone is getting situated, I'll just say if anyone is here to object for 129-22-S, just raise your hand. We'll get you promoted. I'm going to go ahead and read the department's recommendation. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 5-story 56 dwelling unit building with a 56-car garage on the first floor, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated December 20th, 2021, prepared by Axios Architects and Consultants. Okay, 1 second, Tom. Just making sure we have a court reporter.
I'm here.
Okay, great.
It said to join as a panelist, and I'm not sure if that was the right thing, but I'm here.
Okay, cool. Great. Well, welcome, Donna.
Thank you.
Very much. And with that, Tom, we can get going.
Thank you. And good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the board. Do we have Victor Yakolevic as well as Joe Ryan?
Joe Ryan is here.
Let's see if Victor is maybe signed. Victor, I'm promoting you right now. So if you get this, just accept it. Great. We have Victor now, Tom.
Would you please swear him in?
Sure. Okay. So Victor, can you state your name and address? You're muted.
Victor Yakovlevich, 1400 Park Avenue, River Forest, Illinois, 60305.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. Thank you.
So, Victor, you've been in the business of developing properties for a long time, is that right?
29 years.
And before 2008, you appeared in front of this board many times on your own behalf. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
And then over the last many years, you've appeared as the manager for other people. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
But this is your first venture back in on your own behalf. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And here you have a building that is no longer useful. It's a 1-story big old commercial building. It's vacant, and you'd like to replace it with a state-of-the-art apartment building 2 blocks from the Blue Line and 3 blocks from the medical center. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
But it's on Ashland Avenue. It's got Union Halls kind of behind it and to the west of it, or to the south and west of it, and a church across the street. And there's really, in your opinion, not very viable to put ground floor commercial there. Is that right?
That is correct.
And there is a demand, however, for an all residential building, but in order to do so, you need this one set of relief. That is, you need a to be allowed to put to have a ground floor residential use, which is the parking for the apartments above. Is that right?
Yes, it is.
And you and your architect, Bill Kokolius, went and saw Alderman Burnett last fall, and he said he had no objection, but he wanted you to go to notify the three community groups in the West Loop. Is that right?
That is correct.
And at your direction, I did so. And we, in fact, had a community group with the neighbors of the West Loop. And at that community meeting and following it, there were no objectors. Is that right?
That is correct.
And you and I worked out an affidavit, a witness statement whereby if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with your statement that is on file with the zoning board. Is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Chairman, that's all the initial questions I have of Victor, but he will be available for answer questions should the board have any. Can I ask questions of Joe Ryan next?
Yep, Joe is sworn in and his expertise has been acknowledged.
Thank you,
So-
Chairman.
So Joe, at my request, you did a study and made a report of whether or not the granting of a special use at this location could meet all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant a special use. And is that right?
That's correct. And it did.
And more specifically, in your opinion, it won't have a negative effect on the surrounding property values. As a matter of fact, it may enhance them. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your opinion, this really would not be a very good place for ground floor commercial. Is that right?
No, there's no demand at this location for first floor retail.
On the other hand, it's strategically located in a place that where there is a demand for the 2-bedroom apartments that will be provided. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely. And the first floor is better utilized as parking, because it's a very dense area, and this would alleviate any parking problems the density would create.
If you were to continue to testify, would you testify consistently with the report we have on file with the board?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case in chief. Both of these gentlemen are available for questions.
Great, thanks very much. Any questions from the board? I'd like to see if we still got either Steve Valenziano or Nancy Radzovich on, just to, I'd like to hear their take of commercial viability in that corridor. So Steve or Nancy, could you speak to that?
I'm sorry, Mr. Chair.
No worries. We're I'd just love to get Department of Planning and Development's take on whether a business use on the first floor is unviable on this strip.
I'm gonna, if you can bear with me a minute, typically what we do, and I'm pulling up my own notes while we talk about this. Typically what we do when we evaluate these requests for ground floor residential is we look at the context of the surrounding area. When we look at this street, up and down the street, there's a lot of already existing ground floor residential. And then there's, the church across the street. So more of what we're looking at is for the context of whether or not ground floor residential makes sense versus if it was the whole street was predominantly commercial development, then that tends to be one of the areas where we would want to sustain more commercial development.
Okay, so it sounds like around here it's mostly residential other than this church. there.
It's
And this is
Chairman.
all in Joe's report too. I'm just trying to see if there's a different perspective as well.
Chairman?
Yep.
Yeah, this is Steve Valenziano.
Great. Hi, Steve.
And hi, and hey, I would agree with like Nancy, that's what we've done out in this area. We've looked at it, and that's why we base our recommendations on. And this area is really very spotty, not very much retail activity, a lot of parking lots, a lot of bigger institutional type uses, and ground floor residential already. So we think that this is the appropriate use along this segment of South Ashland Avenue.
Okay. Great.
Steve,
Thank you
this
both.
is Sam Toya.
both.
Isn't that
Yep.
true if really up and down Ashland Avenue, everywhere it's spotty? It's just the whole street seems to be like that.
And
If you
this,
go
I'm sorry.
on.
No, yes, in this area of Ashland
Mhm.
Avenue, I mean, Ashland Avenue is a big street, it's a long street. So in certain areas, yeah, there still is a lot of retail at the ground floor. But in this area, this has been an area of redevelopment over the years where we've encouraged, larger uses that don't have retail at their base and so forth. So yeah.
Yeah, I would agree. Thank you.
Great. Thank you both. Any questions from the board for the applicant or the department? Okay, we'll take this under consideration, and I appreciate everyone's time. Great, thank you. Okay, let's move forward into a string of matters that I want to confirm with Counselor Tom Moore we can take together.
Yes, I think that would be appropriate. We have had extensive dealings with the Alderman's office and the Department of Planning, design people, and Nancy on this, and all as a one project.
Great, and we great, and just so everyone, I see the Alderman's office is on as well. This is calendar numbers 130-22-S, 131-22-S, 132-22-Z, 133-22-S, and 134-22-Z. If anyone's here to object for any of these matters, please raise your hand. We'll get you promoted. As everyone gets settled, I'm going to read the department's recommendations. And then I'll go to Brian with the Alderman's office to see if they want to speak first or last, and then we'll get going. One second, Tom. There's a little typo on the recommendations. I'm just trying to make sure that. Give me a second. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and read these recommendations, and I'm going to amend on the record that on the letter heading of the department's recommendations, they misstate the applicant, but within the recommendation, they state it correctly. So we will get this fixed. The applicant here is not WJ South Ashland LLC. The applicant here is Campus Construction Inc. So first up, calendar number 130-22-S. Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 3-dwelling unit building with rear open deck / stair and detached 3-car garage, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 20th, 2022, with undated color rendering, all prepared by Michael T. Ryan, licensed architect. Okay, for calendar number 131-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 3-dwelling unit building with rear open deck / stair and detached 3-car garage, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 20th, 2022, with undated color rendering, all prepared by Michael T. Ryan, licensed architect. And for calendar number 133-22-S, the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish residential use below the second floor for a proposed 3-story, 3-dwelling unit building with rear open deck/stair and detached 3-car garage, provided that the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 20th, 2022, with undated color rendering, all prepared by Michael T. Ryan, licensed architect. And with that, before we get started, Nancy, can you just confirm it's just a clerical error that the applicant is misstated in the header of the letter?
Absolutely. Apologies.
No worries at all. Just wanted to get department on the record with that. Okay, so with that, let's go to Brian Freeman. Brian, do you want to speak at the front of the presentation or the back?
Front end, please.
What's that?
Front end, please.
Front end. Okay, great. Then let's have you right now, and then we'll go to Tom.
Excellent. Brian Friedman, Third Ward, Alderman Pat Dowell's office. I'm here in support of the project. The applicant has
Brian is sworn in. I just want to make clear to everyone, we swore him in earlier. So go ahead. Sorry, Brian.
Not a problem. Just wanted to say that the Third Ward office is in support of this project, and they're working extensively with the applicants to get this thing moved forward. We just want it on the record when the applicant does testify that they'll follow the DPD design elements that they agreed to with the department when constructing these buildings. Other than that, the Alderman's office is happy to see them go up and supports their efforts. Thank you so much.
Great. Thank you so much for coming. We appreciate it. And with that, Counselor, without further ado, go right ahead.
Well, thank you very much. Do we have Stephen Talty? Is he a record here?
Yes, I'm here, Tom.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing Mr. Talty in?
Yeah, Mr. Talty, will you state your name and address?
Stephen Talty, 10208 South Sawyer Avenue, Evergreen Park, Illinois, 60805.
Thank you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
So, Stephen, you're a longtime builder of small projects, is that right?
That's correct, Tom.
And you've actually done, you're asking to build 3 buildings here, but you've actually done a building very similar just down the block, is that right?
That is correct.
And this location is 3 vacant lots between a chicken place to the north and a little park to the south, is that right?
That's right.
But the rest of the block is all residential units, a variety of older buildings, newer buildings, 3 flats, larger buildings. Is that right?
That is right.
So you really didn't think that you could put a viable commercial on the ground floor here. You wanted to fit in with the residential character of the rest of the block. Is that right?
That is right.
And when you had approached the alderman about it maybe a year ago, but then when we actually started to move forward, the alderman asked us to work with a Justin Peterson in the plan department because this is the heart of Brownsville and she wanted it to be very classy buildings. Is that right?
That is right.
And so you instructed, and we'll get to Michael Ryan in a minute, but you instructed him to cooperate fully with the planning department with their design corrections or suggestions. Is that right?
That is right.
And the reason, so we're here primarily to allow all residential 3 flats, but as Michael Ryan will explain, that changes the calculation in the back. So on 2 of the lot, one of the lots is a 30-foot wide lot. The other 2 are 25-foot lots. And on the 25-foot lots, it changes the calculation. So you need a variance in order to have a third parking spot, that is a third garage spot, to accommodate the 3 units on each of those. Is that right?
That is right.
And you believe that these are going to be condominiums, and you believe that a garage is essential, both for safety and for convenience for the owners to be of the apartments. Is that right?
That is right.
So, and as the Alderman's office said, if the board sees fit to grant your request for a special use and a variance, you will build in accordance with the agreed upon plans as they were revised after working with both the plan department's zone design department and the various little extra accommodations, like as to garbage and things that Nancy requested as well. Is that right?
That is right.
And you and I worked out a statement, a witness statement, whereby you addressed all of the criteria necessary for the relief you're seeking. And if you continue to testify, you testify consistently with your previously filed statement. Is that right?
That is right.
Mr. Chairman, that's the essence of the case I have for Mr. Talty. I'd like to go on to Mr. Ryan, if not to Mr. Michael Ryan, if that's appropriate.
Yeah, just because we got a bunch of matters here, I'll bring it up. Any questions from the board at this time, or else we'll keep going. Okay, yep, Counselor, let's go to Michael Ryan.
So we have both Joe Ryan and Michael Ryan. This is Michael Ryan, the architect, and we'd ask that he be sworn.
Great. Michael, can you state your name and address, please?
Michael Ryan, 4535 North Kenneth Avenue in Chicago.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
And so, Michael, you worked on the plans for these 3 units. Is that right?
Yes.
And actually, I don't know if Jeanette can find it, but here there's the rendering. This is the final rendering after the many changes that we did both with the design people and with Nancy. Is that right?
Correct.
Yeah. And so some of the changes that the design people did is, for instance, you originally had the entrances on the side, but the design people thought part of the Bronzeville criteria is to have a lot of activity out in front of the buildings and on the street. And so at their request, you relocated the front doors to the ground floor unit to the front of the buildings. Is that right?
That's correct.
And there were numerous, you had many iterations. You went back and forth with them 3 or 4 times. Is that right?
Yes.
And so in your final plans, though, they were happy with it, and then we got a message that the alderman was happy with the final versions as you corrected them. Is that right?
Yes.
And would you explain, on 2 of the buildings we need a variance? Can you explain why that is? Why do we just need it on 2 and not 1, and what causes that?
Yes. In the zoning ordinance, an accessory building, specifically a detached garage, cannot occupy more than 60% of the required rear yard setback. And due to the zoning, the required rear yard setback is only 30 feet on these lots. However, if it was a corresponding residential district, the required rear yard setback would be 30% of the lot depth. And on these lots, it would be 48 feet. And so the garages are a consistent size for a residential property. And, that's the nature of the request.
So the it really flows from the fact that we're in a B zoning and that the rear yard requirement is only 30 feet, whereas in the R5, just down the block, it would be 48 feet.
That's correct.
And then it's math. When you multiply the 25 times the 30 instead of 25 times 48 to get 60%, we need the variance to allow the third parking space in the garage. Is that right?
Correct.
So it really flows from the fact that we're building a all residential building in a B district on a 25-foot lot.
Yes.
Okay. And you and I worked out a witness statement whereby you addressed all the criteria necessary for the variance and the special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with that. Is that right?
Absolutely.
And then Mr. Chairman, we also have Joe Ryan, the appraiser.
Yep, and Joe is sworn in and acknowledged for his expertise.
Thank you, Chairman.
Joe, at my request, you did a study of whether or not ground floor residential would be appropriate at this location. And would you tell the board what you found?
Well, that it would not be, and it would be out of character with the neighborhood if they put retail or commercial uses on the ground floor area. The block is primarily residential and has been for a while. And there is a commercial unit north of here on the corner of 43rd Street. That's another arterial street. This block is strictly residential, and there would be no demand for retail on these locations.
Okay. And you also looked at whether or not this would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values and whether it met all the criteria necessary for a special use. Is that right?
That's correct.
And if you were to continue to testify, you'd testify consistently with the report filed with the zoning board. Is that right?
I would, yes.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case in chief.
Thank you, everyone. All right, questions from the board for anyone we've heard from. Okay, we have everything we need here. So we'll take this under consideration and appreciate everyone's time as always.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Yep, thank you. All right, let's go to calendar number 135-22-Z, and this is staying with Councilor Moore. If you are here to object on this 135-22-Z, please raise your hand and we will get you promoted.
So, Mr. Chairman, hopefully I have Jeff and Heather Becker.
You have Jeff here. I know my wife is in the room. She couldn't put the case number on her thing for some reason, so.
Oh, I'll promote her. I see her in attendees. Yeah. Okay, great. Yeah, Tom, I don't see hands for objectors. I'll say it maybe one more time because there was a letter, but you can get going.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, would you mind swearing both Jeff and Heather?
Yep, absolutely. Okay. So did we get Heather? Are you on and able to speak? Great.
I'm here. Thank you.
Perfect. Okay. Will you state your name and address, please?
You want me to go first? Heather Becker. I'm at 1745 West School Street in Chicago, 60657.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Thank you. And Jeff, will you state your name and address as well?
Sure. Jeffrey Becker, 1745 West School Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, so
and Tom, we can flesh out. Mike Ryan has been sworn in as well. So
right, thank you. I don't know if Jeanette can find the. There's a hearing exhibit of the front of the house, that one, yeah, because that would explain what's going on here. So I don't know, Jeff or Heather, which of you, I don't want to pick between you, which would like to be the spokesperson?
I'll speak unless my wife wants to speak.
No objection.
Sure.
So, Jeff, who lives at this address with you?
It'd be my wife, Heather, and our two children, Ruby and Brady.
And when did you buy the place?
We bought it closed in December of 2020, I believe. It's been a while through COVID, but yes, end of 2020.
Okay, and were you hired Mr. Ryan and you submitted a permit to do work in the back to add some accoutrements to your garage roof, existing garage roof deck, is that right?
Well, to be clear, we hired Mr. Ryan this last year at the end of 2021 to add to the roof deck. That was not part of the original build. This was to add on after the closing, yes.
Right, exactly.
Yes.
And so all of the work you wanted to do was in the rear of the building, and you didn't need any variances because all of your work was compliant, and your garage roof deck is compliant, the stairs and everything. You don't need any variances for the work you wanted to do. Is that right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Yeah, but to your surprise, you found out that when the zoning department reviewed the plans, they focused on the front of the building. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the problem, as we understand it, is that the builder who built it is about an inch or less than an inch off on one side of the from the plans on the entire, I think it's the north wall, and then on the front porch he has an extra little shelf both above and below next to the stairs. Is that right?
That's what I've been told, yes.
Yeah. If it'd be possible, well, we can, yeah. So as the, apparently the stairs are allowed to have a covering over the door, and you're allowed to have a landing in front of the door, but you're not allowed to have those couple of feet, or they weren't in the original. It's not that you're not allowed. They weren't in the original plans, and the builder kind of must have added that on the fly, those couple of feet, as we're looking at it, to the right of the porch of the door. Is that right?
That's what I've learned in the process of trying to get the permit for our pergola, yes.
So that's what we're here today to ask the board to allow us those variances to make the existing building compliant, so that you can get a permit to do the additions you want to do to your rear open space. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you really, this was all a surprise to you, and you really want just it to be compliant so that you can move forward and get the work done in the back. Is that right?
That's exactly right, yes.
Okay. And you want to fix up the open space, because the outdoor space, because during COVID, you learned that you value it, and your family spends a lot of time outside, and you felt cooped up during COVID, and you wanted to have more outdoor space and more usable. Is that right?
Correct. We want it to be more usable. As anyone that comes out in the city and goes on one of those rooftops knows, it was great to have it there, but it's really, really hot during the summer months. So we wanted to make that more usable by putting the pergola on. That's correct.
Okay. And you and I worked out a affidavit, a witness statement, whereby if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that. Is that right?
That's correct.
Heather, is there anything you can add to what Jeff has said?
No.
Okay. Mike Ryan, you were hired as the expert in garage roof decks really, and to make the additions that the family wanted on the garage roof deck. Is that right?
Yes,
You were not the architect on the original building, is that right?
that's correct.
And, but what the zoning department called out were these two things that apparently varied from the original plans, is that right?
Yes.
And what were the two things?
As you mentioned before, one of the side yard setbacks was very slightly less than what was previously permitted, and the front porch was a couple feet wider than what was on the approved permit plans from the previous project.
And with regard to the wall being less, it's less than an inch, is that right?
That's correct.
And is, in your experience, is it unusual that a building wall may vary an inch or so in one direction or the other?
I think it's within a relatively common and standard construction tolerance.
Okay. And the everything that you're planned and everything that you're doing will comply with code and be as of right, is that right?
That's correct.
And you and I worked out a witness statement whereby if you were to continue to testify, you testify consistently with that statement, which addressed all of the criteria necessary for the board to grant this variance. Is that right?
That is right. And Tom, I would like to take this moment to address some overarching concerns above this project to the board. And I'll try and be relatively brief and respectful of everyone's time. But I've been an architect here in Chicago for 30 years. And the last 4.5 years, I've been with Chicago Roof Deck and Garden. I'm personally responsible for getting over 50 building permits a year to do improvements very much like this project. And part of our process is routinely to seek the Freedom of Information Act previous permit plans. And in doing so, my last few years have involved the research of getting permits like this on existing buildings. And we're in a current economy and climate where outdoor space is very coveted. There are many competitors to our business. And as far as we know, I'm the only licensed architect that's a part of a company like ours. There are many competitors that will take our clients' money and build things without a permit. And the thing I want to bring to the board's attention is that the current zoning administration through my career has gotten more and more stringent. And essentially, the position of the administration is to eschew as much liability and decisions as possible and send everything to the Zoning Board of Appeals that doesn't fit the exact and precise text with more and more scrutiny to that text over the years. This is kind of the opposite that's happened with the Department of Buildings in the last several years. After Asif left and Judy Friedland was brought in, I think the nature of the administration is to work with the design community and the taxpayers in Chicago and not against them. And I understand that there may be a open position coming later this summer, and that may impact the zoning administration. And I would love any opportunity to provide recommendations or any public consideration of that very integral and very important role that impacts all architects and builders in the city. Essentially, this project is a prime example of where these new homeowners and taxpayers in the city of Chicago just want to do things the right way and get a proper building permit for these improvements. And they are getting their feet held to the fire. They're wasting months of their time to retroactively comply with some developer did. So the environment that the zoning administration has created over the last several years is one where developers are routinely building contrary to what was permitted because they don't want to embrace this tedious process. Anyway, I understand this isn't the proper avenue.
Let's just stay on topic of the matter. I appreciate the use of the mic, but let's stay on topic.
Well, and my last thing is I will be seeing you again many times in the near future for very similar projects to this.
Sure.
Mr. Chairman, with that addition, that's my case in chief.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board related to this matter?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Can you describe any communication that's taken place with the adjacent homeowners?
I can. I've personally spoken with both my next door neighbors. They're both in favor of this and agree that if anyone needed to speak with them, they'd speak in favor of it as well. I made them aware of it before the letters went out. They both acknowledged they received the letters and they have no issue with it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you very much, everyone, for your time. We'll take this under consideration.
Thank you.
Thank
Enjoy your
you.
weekends. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks.
Next up, we're going to calendar number 136-22-S. If anyone's here to object on this matter, go ahead, raise your hand. We will get you promoted. I'm going to read the department's recommendation, and we're sticking with Counselor Moore. So at least that's set. So the Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed hair salon.
So, Mr. Chairman, hopefully we have Avery Bay.
Yeah, let's one second. Yes, I see Avery on. Yeah. And we still got Joe Ryan as well. So I think we're good.
So would you mind swearing Mr. Bay in, please?
Yep. Avery Bay, will you state your name and address? You're muted.
Good.
Yep, we can hear you now. Or sorry, you're muted again. We just need you to state your name and address, please. Avery, we had you for a second, but you're muted.
Unmute.
Now you're unmuted. We can hear you. You don't touch.
Okay, good. 2641 West Fitch, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you. And Joe Ryan is sworn in, and his expertise has been acknowledged.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
So Avery, you're a longtime cosmetologist, is that right?
It is.
And you've worked for other people for many years, is that right?
Many, many years.
And you now have saved up your money and you found a lease store in your neighborhood, and you're going to jump off the cliff and try to have your own business, is that right?
I am. I'm very excited.
And we got a letter of support from the local Chamber of Commerce, is that right?
Yes.
And also from Alderman Osterman's office, is that right?
Yes.
And you and I worked out an affidavit where you addressed all the criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use. And if you were to continue testifying, you'd testify consistently with it. Is that right?
Yes.
And Joe Ryan, at my request, you did a study where you looked at whether or not this would have a negative effect on the surrounding property values and whether it could meet all of the other criteria necessary for the board to grant this special use. And if you were to continue to testify, you would testify consistently with the report on file. Is that right?
That's correct.
Mr. Chairman, that is our case in chief.
Thanks, Counselor. Mr. Avery, can you just tell us a little bit more about your experience in the industry and a little bit more on what led you to open this?
Well, I have been doing hair professionally for 40 years. I have been an asset in other salons where I am the requested stylist most of the time. I've made other people a lot of money, and I have been able to like save my money, and I feel like it's time for me to spread my wings and fly.
That's great. So do you intend to, I see a few stations, you intend to employ people?
I do.
Okay, stylists at first, or how?
All
how do you-
stylists, all
Yep,
stylists,
okay.
yes.
And are these going to be people you've worked with in the past?
Some will be and some will not be.
Okay.
I'm still in the process.
Okay. Okay, great. Any other questions from the board for Avery Bay? Okay, Mr. Bay, it sounds like we have what we need here. So we
Awesome.
appreciate your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, guys.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next up, we're going to calendar numbers 138-22-Z and 139-22-Z. As we get situated, please just raise your hand if you're here to object on these matters, and I am promoting to panelists as we speak. You'll just have to accept the promotion. Yep. Great. Okay, perfect. And I think we were potentially going to have someone from the alderman's office on for this matter, so I'm just looking. Taylor, got it. Perfect. Everyone should, one more, hold on. Sorry, everybody, I'm multitasking. I'm trying to do the promotions too. Okay, and this is John Pekarsky. Do we have John on?
I'm here.
Great, thank you, John. I want to go to the alderman's office and just ask if they would like to speak at the front end or the back end.
Good afternoon, Chairman. We'll be speaking at the back end. The alderman will be joining us presently.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good. I think we got everyone promoted who had their hand raised. So before we get started, it looks like we've got objectors on this matter. So what we'll do process-wise, the applicant will give their case in chief like normal. And as they are doing so, the board will be asking questions related to the case in chief. Then we'll flip over to the objectors. Usually we ask that someone is prepared to lead everything off. We ask that it's not repetitive. We don't really get any added value from repetitive objections. So just make sure they're separate objections so that the board is clear on what we're observing when we go back and deliberate. So then we'll close with the applicant. They can do rebuttal testimony and a closing, and that'll be that. So John, with that, you can take it away.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. My name is John Pekarsky, and this afternoon or early evening, whichever you choose, I represent Cynthia and Daniel Kim, K-I-M, and the property commonly known as 1932 North Seminary. The property in question is an incredibly irregular site. As you can see by the photograph that is posted.
The property is, as I said, irregular, and it is improved with a manor house and a coach house. It is the intent of my clients to merge the two so as to create a single-family dwelling. By way of introduction, as you can see, the expense along Seminary is about 118 or 119 feet. And there is an alley that runs in back of the buildings in question that, as to our property, runs 199.6 feet. The property is part of the Sheffield Historic District. The building itself is an orange building. It was built in 1893 in what is called the Queen Anne style. And it's all masonry. In 2003, an addition was added to the manor house, which was granted a 0 rear yard variation. And I would incorporate by reference call number 481-03-Z. That addition will be removed. It is in a poor condition and will be replaced. The replacement will not require any variations. The variations that we are seeking are for a rear setback of 8.5 feet instead of the required 44.5 feet. Now, this is an unusual situation because Sheffield, strike that, Seminary being our front, the rear is would be to the west. And as you see, the alley that runs into Seminary creates a large expense at its northern point. We are seeking a north side yard variation of 0 instead of 5 feet. And we are seeking to locate the required 598 rear yard, square foot rear yard open space to the roof of the proposed garage to the roof deck. We have worked significantly with the Illinois Historical Preservation Agency and have received a recommendation from them. We have worked with the Ranch Triangle Association, as well as Alderman Smith's office, and they have indicated they have no objection to the proposal. And we have a letter of recommendation from the 1932-34 North Seminary Condo Association. And I believe there's even one of the leaders of the Condo Association who is present virtually today. I have with me as witnesses our architects, Miss Lauren Amt, A-M-T, and Pamela Lemaster, Lamaster. Are you there, Pam and Lauren?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. You're speaking together, even though you're separated. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, there you go. Fine. I'll start out with Pam. Please state your name, address, and occupation.
My name is Pam Lemaster Millet. I am principal at Searle Lemaster Howe Architects, where I've been practicing for the last about 24 years, along with Linda Searle and Greg Howe. We're located at 500 North Dearborn in Chicago.
Thank you. And Pam, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
And Lauren, will you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, my name is Lauren Ampt. I work with Searle Lemaster Howe Architects. Pam is the principal in charge, and I'm the project architect. I have been a licensed architect in Illinois for over 7 years, and I'm pleased to be here. I work at 500 North Dearborn with Pam.
Fine.
Thank you. And Lauren, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll start out with Pam. Can you please describe the architectural program that you were, you or your firm actually, were retained for the rehab of 1932 North Seminary?
Yes. We were hired to design an addition to this significant historic home to serve as our client's primary residence. They've been living in a condo for about the last 14 years. So, they don't move around a lot, and they're planning this to be their home for a good long time. Starting even before and continuing in the months since they purchased this property on Seminary, we've been working to preserve the character of both the interior and the outside of the historic primary structure, which has the frontage on Seminary, as well as preserving the lawn area that surrounds that structure on that little south acute point, the east facing Seminary, and then the large north yard that sits between the historic house and just south of the adjacent condo building to the north. While preserving that, we'll be adding an addition for a family room that is both contiguous to the main level of the historic house while adjacent to the yard space, kind of integrating and also integrating the area of the existing coach structure that's located in the far northwest corner of the lot. As John said, the lot is very irregular in shape, with about 119 feet fronting Seminary, although about a third of the lot sits kind of behind that neighboring multifamily structure to the north. That would be the coach house area. It's kind of tucked behind there. The lot comes to a really acute angle where that alley intersects Seminary. And that property line along that alley is about 200 feet. Because the positioning of where the historic home is along the alley and that irregular lot shape, there's not really a standard Chicago rear yard as you'd see on a normal lot. So rather that front / side yard to the north of the historic structure will serve as the family's main outdoor space. There's also a playground, Chicago Park across Seminary from our property here. And, I think that, it creates kind of this landscaped character along Seminary that everyone would like to see us preserve existing around that house. our design for the project is really utilizing a lot of those smaller scaled rooms in the historic structure for the entry and formal rooms on the main level. That's kind of in keeping with that historic character. And then upstairs, children's bedrooms on the second floor in the historic part of the structure. While the adjacent addition to that primary house will sit north of the house and, kind of to the west end of the property line. And that will house the family room on the main level with a deck that then leads out toward the east, connecting the family room space to what will be their, primary yard. And then also in that addition, the primary bedroom suite and one of the children's bedrooms will be located up on the second floor of that addition. And then kind of playroom space down in the lower level basement. The addition design itself, as it faces seminary, is mimicking the historical structure, both, in the footprint. That Queen Anne style house, has kind of this zigzag jogs in the plains. So, we have kind of an outside corner, and as the addition steps back, so it doesn't feel so much just like a big glass box, for instance. We've been also encouraged by the Illinois Historic Preservation Agency to make sure that we allow that front historic structure to really kind of be the star and not overshadowed or outshined by the addition that we do. So we've been encouraged to create our addition also out of masonry, like the existing house, matching as closely as we can the kind of dark brick that's on the sides. So it would be compatible. That existing house was built by Ferdinand Prim, as John said, back in 1893. So it's a Queen Anne with a lot of these defined as Romanesque revival details. It's not in a Chicago landmark district per se, though it is an orange property. So we've made landmarks aware that we are not demolishing the house. And we have been, it's a National Register home. So we've been working very closely, us and our client, with Carol Dyson, a preservationist with the state of Illinois Department of Natural Resources. And she's given us a letter that, we've submitted both parts 1 and 2 for them, that we're following the standards by the Department of Interior for our new design. Along with the small sort of south-facing facade and the street-facing facade on the east, most of the north face of the historic structure, even though it doesn't face the street, they've requested that it be left exposed, and will be, refurbishing windows and things. So although the street frontage is seminary, it's a multi-dimensional historic design. So we're very limited by that with the size of the addition that we can put to the north. That in combination with, requests from the aldermen and the, Ranch Triangle community, and their desire to preserve that green space around the house. Again, we're limited with the square footage available for that addition on the north side of the lot. So in order to keep the new living space addition as distant as we can from seminary, we're setting it about 48 feet back from the street, roughly about 35 feet back from the historical facade that faces seminary. And in order to kind of transition the differing floor levels between the existing structure, which, like a standard Chicago house, the basement is, sunk partially below grade. The main level is a few feet above grade. While the existing coach house structure, of course, the main level is at grade with the alley. We're locating the stair in the kind of acute angle of the parallelogram shape of that coach house, so that the stair can help us mitigate those two different floor levels and kind of treat it almost like a split level design so that you can traverse from basement to grade level, up to main level, up to second level of the coach house, and then up to the second level of the historic house and addition. So that new stair will also function as the main stair of the home. The historic stair, which is on the east side of the older house, it's, obviously it's beautiful. There's not really code compliant by today's standards, of course. And it is, very much in a remote end of the home as compared to the living space that exists in the second floor of the coach structure. So this new stair is, really placed in a more central location for exiting and code compliance. So that kind of brings us to our request for the variance for the addition of a one-story garage to that coach structure. This one-story addition at the garage would be off of the alley, located in the paved area that currently serves as driveway to the current garage's existing garage doors. This would provide parking that'll be displaced by that new stair location. And the rooftop will contribute to the rear yard open space, which is currently being utilized as driveway and parking for the coach structure. That garage space could not be located south of the historic building because of that acute angle with the alley. The parking would end up too close, basically in the front yard. We did not want to place the garage, obviously, within the footprint of the historic building for a few reasons. Basically, the floor levels don't line up with the alley. So it would be a lot of construction back there that, may endanger the existing structure. Also, that parts of the interior of the main structure they are historically significant, and there's only a small, the northwest corner where the existing kitchen is and where we will be putting the new kitchen is the only part that the Department of Interior told us we did not have to maintain. So it's a limited area that we would be able to do that in anyway. And of course, in the basement, that's where a lot of the utilities come in. So, we didn't want to disrupt those either. We did look at kind of fitting the garage in between the historic structure and the existing coach house site. But, as I described, with the desire to keep as much green space as we can surrounding that historic structure and in that north side yard, there's not available square footage to accommodate both a family room that could access the family's yard and also a garage. If it were a garage there, it would also interrupt the flow and the congruous living space, kind of keeping the coach house structure separated from the rest of the house and kind of cutting off any access to outdoor space for a family room. So we believe that locating that garage over in the addition adjacent to where our garage is now is really the most desired location. And by extending the garage, we will be able to place our new garage doors all facing the alley instead of facing a paved area, and allow us to preserve a little bit of open space in the back. Also, we started out with a few different plans, and in order to accommodate some of the input from the aldermen, the neighborhood group, we have enlarged that rear yard setback from 0 to 7 feet and now back to 8.5 feet to provide an open space at grade of about 370 square feet adjacent to the neighbor in the alley. I think I've covered everything with the design elements.
Yeah, no, and I'll cut in. So that was great. And John, you know this, but we'll have to get your applicant on at some point of time. I'm interested, Pam, in hearing from you on which piece of this project triggers the need for the variation, or said differently, but also helpful, what could you build without the variation?
We can build all of the addition that is adjacent to the home in that north side yard that faces seminary. That does not require a variation at all. The only portion that requires the variation is the one-story addition at the garage.
Okay, so how would, and maybe this would go to the applicant too, how would you state the hardship as it relates to that piece, that one-story addition for the garage?
Well, the hardship is really about maintaining the integrity of that existing historic home and bringing it up to the standard of a modern single-family home for a family of 5. We need to place our stair in the existing corner of the coach house, and that is cutting into the available space for the garage. As you pull in off of the alley, there's not enough room to turn into a 2-car garage without us pulling the wall out further along the alley toward the northwest direction.
Okay.
If I may interject, as the call sheet indicates, we were asking for a rear setback from the required 44.5 feet to 0. That has been amended, and the official denials and supporting materials have been furnished to the board to indicate that we now are have a north strike that a rear setback of 8.5 feet. Is that correct, Pam?
Yes.
Yep.
And this was done as a result of our meetings with the aldermen, with the community association, and with the Illinois Landmarks people. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I want to go maybe continue down the hardship route, but I want to see, are there any questions from the board at this point?
This is Commissioner Esposito, just along the lines of what John was reiterating that was mentioned. So the rear setback is now proposed to be 8.5. And how about the north setback? That was 5.
Remain the same.
Proposed. Say that again, John?
Remain the same.
So it's going from 5 to 5?
Correct.
So it's not changing.
It's not changing, no.
Thank you.
Pam, the property in question, it really takes its character from the street, not from the alley. Is that correct?
Correct.
And in fact, the alley in question runs from southeast to northwest, and almost exclusively is solid garages, except for one building that has been converted from a factory/warehouse. Is that correct?
Yes, from when you turn on the seminary opposite our client's property, it's all garages.
Okay. Other questions from the board at this point, and then we should keep going with the process. Okay, John, do you want to get your applicant on before we?
Yes, I would.
Great, thank you.
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, please state your name and address.
Is Cynthia Kim, currently residing at 433 North Wells Street, Chicago, 60654.
And you and your husband have.
And real quick, John, I'm going to swear Ms. Kim in. Ms. Kim, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
And you and your husband have purchased the property in question?
Correct.
And you're seeking to make this architecturally significant home your family home, is that correct?
That is correct.
And it's my understanding that you are expecting your third child, is that correct?
That is.
And that you've retained the firm of Lemester and Pam Lemester and Lauren Ampt to create an integrated home with the coach house, which is also located on the property. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in order to accomplish your goals, you need to have parking. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And have you and your architects explored every available area to place parking on the subject site?
Yes, we have.
And have you arrived at the conclusion that the only way to accommodate parking is to have a three-car garage entering and exiting onto the alley next to the subject site?
Correct.
Correct. Now, if you are allowed to proceed with the approbation of this board, what is your estimate for the construction cost for this rehabilitation?
About $2 million.
And what'd you pay for the lot and buildings?
$2 million as well.
Yeah. Now, in your opinion, wouldn't it be cheaper to knock down the building and start totally fresh?
It would.
Except that you wouldn't have an architecturally significant building. Is that correct?
No, it wouldn't have the same character as what it currently has.
Now, after meeting with the Alderman's office and the Ranch Triangle Association, we did tailor the requested setback, adding 8.5 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I have no further questions of Cynthia.
Okay, thank you. Okay, other questions from the board before we move over to talk to or to hear from objectors? Okay, great. So let's continue with process then. We're going to go to the objector side, and if you want to lead it off, just go right ahead, and I'll need to get you sworn in. Yep, John, I see John Detterman has their hand raised. So John, you can feel free to, if you want to start, just state your name and address. I'll swear you in and you can go ahead.
Yes, my name is John Detterman. I am the property owner of 1930 North Seminary, which is the adjacent property down the alley. And we are opposed to the 3 variances that are requested.
Okay, and then really quick, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, so at this time you can state your opposition, you can ask questions.
I submitted some I submitted some exhibits. Were those made available or I
Yep,
can just?
we've got your exhibits. Yep.
Okay, maybe if we could pull up exhibit 1.
Let me make sure that staff has your exhibits. I know board members do in our review files, but.
Okay.
I am going to object to the exhibits simply because they are based upon the original asking of the variation, not upon the amended variations that are being sought. So they are not representative of the proposal.
They're based on the current plans.
Yeah, I would just, I would overrule that and just let us hear the point that's being made and we'll go from there. Jeanette, do we have those where we can pull them up?
I see exhibit 1 on the screen now.
Perfect. Okay, go ahead.
So we're in a unique property. So that green triangle is my home. So that little wedge that is in the alley. My access to my front door is in the alley. So this project has a huge impact on me. At least 2 of the 3 variances that they're requesting. And so my point is, I don't know that they've actually tried to design by rights, and I don't see any hardship in this. I do see a huge impact on my property. I know that they've asked for a 5-foot setback, and Mr. Esposito, I think I can explain that 5 foot. This trapezoid building is currently built within the 5-foot required setback, so it's out of variance, I suppose. And what they're asking for is to build their garage in this yellow area that I have highlighted, which would also be within that 5 foot to 0 setback. Now, I've heard a couple of different numbers insofar as the setback. The plans as they were submitted in front of you, those 2 red lines are 24.7 feet away. That's the setback that was on the permit set of documents and the analysis. So that requirement was 24.75, not the 44.5 feet. So I don't understand that 44.5 feet setback. In either case, and in the same location, that open air setback is that red and yellow area, and we would like to have that maintained. Is there exhibit 2, please? So that's sort of a close-up of where my front door interacts with these properties. So these properties at one point, from the historic front entrance to this trapezoid building, and including my building and the 4 flat to the north, were all one property. These properties communicated with one another in the 90s. I believe they were all separated from one another, and then people have reassembled at least 2 of those parcels. But it's our feeling that that setback, that 24 foot and that open air is essentially our parkway. It's our front of our yard. We don't occupy any physical space on Seminary Avenue. So we only have access to our home, my front door, in that area from this alley. What they're proposing impinges on my light, my safety, my property value, and I guess I'll ask the question. I don't know the answer. Am I understanding that this trapezoid building is also a historic building? Can somebody answer that?
It was.
And Pam, can you?
You cut out, Tim. I can't hear what you ask.
I was just asking if you could address that with the understanding that it's not landmarked.
It is not a landmark building. It dates from the same time period as the original house, but it does not have any historical significance. It's not on the register.
Agreed. Okay, if we could move to the next exhibit 3, please. So I've rendered more or less what happens to that area when they relocate this open yard area, which the requirement says needs to be at 4 foot and less up to 13 foot. So their proposed plan is to utilize the garage as open space. It's not a deck. They're going to put a rooftop unit up on top of it. So it's not really open air. I mean, if we're going to, I think, Mr. Chairman, you started the meeting by, talking about Green Day and protecting open air and green space. And I don't know that this is in line with your opening to the meeting. So if you could, the next two exhibits are actually just different perspectives of that area as it currently is and what it would look like if they were to build. So thank you for trying to understand how our property interacts with this. And I guess I'd also like to point out, like, I'm not opposed to the renovation of a historic house. I know that the Alderman's office and Ranch Triangles have had developers who want to tear down this project and build multifamily. And I can appreciate the historic nature of the seminary property on Seminary Avenue, 1932, I believe, the one that actually has frontage. It's a beautiful house. It's a gorgeous, gorgeous house. My opposition comes from the fact that, they have basically a 9,199 square foot lot that they have. There are areas of that lot that they are trying to maintain open. They say they're trying to maintain them as open. That north adjacent lot between the 4-flat and the historic home. We think that a by rights design is possible. Essentially they're trying to build it's a 3-car garage with a tandem space that's called storage, a gym, a sauna, and a large storage area and some toilet rooms. Our feeling is you could put these in the house under that existing structure that may or may not be historic. It's old, I understand, granted that, but I don't know that there's any preservation that really needs to happen to that trapezoid building. Again, the open air area. I don't want to keep repeating myself, so I'm sorry. I'm not used to speaking.
So John, I actually I've got a quick clarification question.
Yes, sir.
Just so that as we visualize this, the red area, this image, just for our vision, that is the old to 0 setback, right?
That's the 0. Well, that's also the open air, and that's the 0 to, or it's shown approximately 8'6", which is what they're asking for. It's currently scheduled for 24. So from my south wall, or I'm sorry, check that. From my east wall to their west wall of that structure is currently 24.75, and it's the open air rear yard setback. And they're trying to eliminate both of those to create the garage space. So I've rendered in, I'm not an architect, so apologize, it's really crude. But I've tried to render in what that space looks like, and you can sort of see it. It creates a cavernous area. I in that alley. Like I have to walk up and down from the alley. I have to back around the side of this building to get in and out of my front door and my garage. It has a huge impact on my property.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. And also, do you have any questions for the applicant? We always just like to let the objectors know you have the opportunity to ask questions as well.
Do I have questions for the applicant?
Yeah.
No,
someone raised their hand, but you keep going, John.
Yeah, we've had several conversations about this and my opposition to it. I know that they have to provide evidence. I've never seen their findings of fact, so we didn't know we could FOIA it and ask for it in time. So I didn't. I actually thought we were going to come up with a resolution that we could all agree to, but in fact we couldn't. So here we are today, I guess, talking about it. So we're concerned. This is our we have a large investment in our property as well. And like I said, I can appreciate their large investment, the money they're going to put into it. It's going to be a real gem in this neighborhood when they're finished. And to keep that historic front house, I applaud them for the effort and the money that they're going to have to spend on doing it. I wish them well, but I don't believe that it should be at our expense. It impinges on our house. I don't know that rear yard open can be traded to a roof for an air handler unit. I don't know that that wanting a 3-car garage is a hardship, and we think that it changes. This alley is firstly, it's a Chicago green alley, so they recommend in the Chicago green alley to keep open spaces as much as possible and create plantings. So this sort of goes against the green alley, which Rahm Emanuel had put in his term as mayor. So we recognize that it's going to create a more cavernous area. It's going to block light. It'll increase congestion in this alley. So essentially, Maud Street. I don't know if you can go back to a plan or maybe my exhibit A may show how Maud Street interacts with this alley. I don't know if it's zoomed out far enough, but essentially, if you were to drive, so Maud parallels Clybourne Avenue. If you were to drive northwest on Maud Street, it's not a dead end. You would actually have to take a right and turn down the alley to return back out to Seminary and Maud. So that's the loop. So there is congestion and traffic in this alley on a regular basis. When there is congestion and traffic, people turn around and avoid each other in the alley, whether it's a dump truck, somebody leaving for work, or somebody making the turnaround from Maud. They use this open space currently every day to allow other vehicles to bypass. I know you probably rarely hear talking about congestion in alleys and traffic as a reason to that this is injurious to a neighborhood, but this does, it's a real impact. This setback this addition, it impacts what would be our curb appeal. We have this open area. I know I don't own it, but it's nice to have that. I don't feel like I'm walking down a cavern. And my wife, I live there with my family. I have a family too. I guess since Cynthia was able to talk about her kids and her family and her desire to live there. We're at a different station in life. My wife and I moved back into the city from raising our kids. We grew up in the city, and we've moved back after 19 years. And this is one of the next chapters in our life. We currently live with our 2 children and our 2 dogs in the alley. So we live in the alley, I guess is my point, with my family. And I'd like it to be safe, and I'd like it to be opened.
Thank you, John. And I'm going to move it could end up coming back to you in some way if there's questions on rebuttal, but I'm going to move to Adam Kingsley, who had his hand up next. And I see 2 people from the applicant and the architect, both of their hands up. We're just going to stick with process. You will get time to speak upon rebuttal. I know you're probably directly responding to something that came up. I promise your time will come. But let's move to Adam Kingsley. So Adam, if you could state your name and your role here, and I'll swear you in if that's applicable. Adam, you're on mute.
Hi, all right, thank you. So just to be clear, I'm John Getterman's attorney, and I wanted John to speak first rather than me speak. But I do have a couple of questions that hopefully will illuminate some of the points that John was trying to make. And the first thing
just to clarify for the board, you're here as an attorney, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Okay.
I am here as an attorney. If we could have the architect or someone identify the total square footage of the complex that's being built, including the proposed garage.
Lauren, do you have the updated numbers since we revised the setback to 8.5 feet?
It's 9,028 feet.
Thank you.
All right, so 9,000, that's the building we're talking about, right? That's the square footage of the building, not the lot, right?
That's all floors, not the footprint.
Okay, so we're talking about a 9,000 square foot building, and if you excluded the garage, how big would the complex be at that point in time?
The garage is 821 square feet.
Okay, so we're talking about an 8,000 square foot complex that would exist without the garage, right?
8,200 roughly.
Right. And just to be clear, that the non-historic building could be demolished and a garage could be built there, correct? I mean, the applicant wouldn't have the dream house that they would like, but it's physically possible to demolish that building and build a garage there, right?
I don't think it would give you a contiguous home, but physically you could put a garage there.
And how big would the remaining home be if that's what happened?
Well, you don't really have a remaining home at that point. You have the historical structure and you have a separate coach house.
All right, well, combining the historical, how big is the historical structure? How many square feet is that?
Roughly 4,000, maybe 3,900.
So you've got a 4,000 square foot historical structure. All right,
Which we can do limited work in.
Okay, but the applicant doesn't want to live in a 4,000 square foot house. They want to live in a 8,000 square foot house, correct?
I think if we didn't have to work around the historical aspects, we could probably build a sufficient house that would be 5,000 square feet. But, you know, I think when you're trying to maintain the character of a historic element, then it costs more.
So I'm sorry, you're not saying that the only way to preserve the
relevancy of this entire line of questions.
Well, John, the irrelevancy is a question of hardship here. It is incredibly relevant to the factors under discussion. I'm trying to show that this is not a hardship, that this is a luxury. I'm sorry, let me finish, then I'll let you talk. That this is relevant to the question of whether or not it's a hardship to the property owner. And that the property owner can do a lot with the property. Maybe can't do everything that they would like to do, but they can do a lot with the property without this variation being granted. That is the point that is a relevant point and a point that I think I'm allowed to explore.
I believe you're incorrect. The fact is that this is pure conjecture. You can theorize all sorts of
Well, John, I'm gonna overrule the objection because I think it's going down a route that the board can understand.
And again, I'm not theorizing. I'm asking questions about what could be built if the variation wasn't granted. That's exactly what I'm trying to explore.
I believe the chairman has made a decision.
Okay. And just to talk about, and Mr. Detterman mentioned this about what is going to take place in that garage building. He said it's a 3-car garage. Is that correct?
It is a 3-car garage, yes.
But he also mentioned that there were some other facilities or things happening in the garage. Could you explain what else is going on besides the parking of 3 cars in that building?
There is some adjacent storage space. And there's kind of a fitness area as well.
Okay, and if you were going to build only a 2-car garage, could that be possible instead of a 3-car garage?
Where we are positioning the stair in order to get egress out of the 2nd floor of that coach house, I don't think that you can physically pull in and out without expanding into that space a little bit and having the garage doors off of the alley. The garage doors, as they currently sit in the current setback, actually face Dieterman's front door much more than they would if we expand and face the alley proper.
Okay, but that's based upon an assumption that you have to keep the non-historic building in its current form, correct?
That building, as we've designed the addition, in conjunction with the preservationist at the state, works aesthetically with that historical building. And we cannot encroach more and more on that north side yard without ruining a lot of that green aspect up and down Seminary Avenue and the character that we've been asked to maintain.
Okay, but clearly you could build a much smaller project if that's what the client directed you to do, correct? If the client said, you know what, build this within the current footprint so I don't impinge upon my neighbors, you could do that. It wouldn't be a 9,000 square foot project or an 8,000 square foot project, but you could do it with the client would still have a 4,000 square foot house, correct?
That's not what our project is.
Right. I understand that's not what your project is, and that's my point. You know, I don't have any more questions at this point in time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I believe we might have another objector on. If you're on to object, please unmute and you can go ahead and speak. I see a Kathy Latarola.
Hi, yes, I'm Kathy Ayatarola, and I live at 1945 North Maud Avenue.
Thank you. And Kathy, real quick,
garage.
Kathy, real quick, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, go right ahead.
Sorry. So my garage door, I have a 2-car garage, and that right across from me is the very, like the end of that second space that they have, and then the stairs that go up to that apartment building. I'm at work. Sorry, I'm a little. Anyway, so and I do oppose it. I don't necessarily oppose the entire build out, but the fact that our alley, it doesn't seem, it's narrower, and that we have a park across the street with campers in the summer, with programs in the fall, and people having parties, and they're always using our alley. And oftentimes people will park, and then we have utility and environmental trucks that come by, and the blind spot at the north end. And we have actually been fortunate enough to use that open space to pull out of the way for a truck, a moving truck, things like that. And I just, speaking to what John said earlier, it just will create a lot more traffic in an alley and make it more cavernous. And actually thinking about our garbage receptacles, recycling receptacles, snow, and all of that, it will just, even if they were to just move it back from the 0 to like 4 feet in or something, or allows another truck to get by or a car to get by, would be beneficial.
Okay, thank you. We've got, I believe, another objector on, Natasha Conley.
Oh, sorry, I am not an objector. I wanted to talk towards the other angle. I'm sorry.
Oh, no problem. So are you here in support then? Because we can come back to you.
Yes, I am here in support. I'm sorry. I wasn't sure when I was supposed to raise my hand.
We'll come back to you because I think after this, we'll turn to the alderman's office. And also I'll write a note. We'll come back to you.
Thank you.
Yep. Are there any other objectors on? One second, there's a hand.
I do know. Oh.
I just pushed promote for signed in as L. Hadesman.
Lisa Hademan. Yeah, Lisa is an. I have 2 neighbors, Lisa, and we're all affected. We're like 5 homes in a row with our garages in the back. They may have had to leave. I know that.
They're on. They're on.
I'm on.
Okay.
I just was having.
Hi, Lisa.
Yeah, I've got
I'm having technical issues.
Okay, so no worries.
You can
So
hear
again, we're open to hearing Your
Okay, I don't know if you
objection,
can hear me. I'm an objector.
yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can. Okay.
Okay, one second then. So feel free to ask questions of the applicant or state an objection that isn't repetitive to what's been objected to before. So with that, will you state your name and address, please?
Lisa Hadesman, 1953 North Maud. I'm directly behind John Detterman.
Okay, great. And do
My
you-
alley my garage faces his home. And
Ma'am, I've got to swear you in. One second. Do you swear or
Sure.
affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
yes.
All right, thanks.
Yes. Very hard not to repeat some of the things that Kathy said and stated, but I do feel that it just
I'm not objecting to that.
changes the everything around our neighborhood. And
When I tell you, it's like shit.
Oh, ma'am, Lisa? Sorry, Lisa, will you unmute?
unmute. Yes,
Yeah.
sorry.
No, go ahead.
Okay.
That just happened about 5 seconds ago.
Okay, I'm just stating that, it's hard not to repeat some of the things that Kathy said because she had a very long list. But I do think that just the whole, keeping things as they were or as they've evolved from an industrial corridor to a living home, and seeing that John and Donna have their home in an area that will be greatly affected by this is something that I don't feel necessary. I understand that, keeping the home on Seminary and improving the site of the home would be really nice. But changing it from the backside is a big change that I don't find necessary.
Hello?
Okay, thank you
Yeah.
very much.
Okay.
Yeah, thank
Hello?
you. Yeah, who's speaking?
Hello, I'm sorry, I don't know if I have a camera or not. My name's Dr. Howard Spector. I live at 1947.
Okay,
North
and Dr. Spector, will you state, you just stated your address. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I think one of the important points that was established earlier by Mr. Dieterman was that this is a green alley, and this was designed specifically when Mayor Emanuel went ahead and started designating certain alleys as green. If you take a look at the alley beside, you'll notice that the Iadarollas had a basketball hoop attached to their garage that was previously used by their two kids. I continue to have a basketball hoop in that area. 2 houses down, 1949. There are children who use the alley with a basketball hoop attached to their garage. Directly outside my garage is a wooden pole, which is the epicenter of the use by Comcast, as well as other utility companies that frequently have to park in front of my garage and on the adjacent area under discussion. So that is a very busy thoroughfare for what's considered an alley. I've lived there for nearly 20 years now. I'm a native New Yorker, and I have never seen this much congestion in one area where it is a cul-de-sac block specifically for families. And at the egress of that alley is Adams Play Lot, which is a kid-friendly water park and one of the only water parks in the city of Chicago. That having been said, the amount of congestion in that area during the summer is incredible. And I think that in the interest of fighting through traffic, young people walking in that alley, young people playing in that alley, and it being a green area, we all have blue recycle bins. There is composting as well. We have a very aware neighborhood. And I think that the amount of space that's being requested is incredibly unnecessary. I don't understand how folks can come along and decide they need a 3-car garage. There are currently 2 garages on that property. I'm not sure you're aware of that. I once was almost trashed. My car was trashed in that area because the elder former owner backed out of his garage spot, missed me because the entire neighborhood heard me honking my horn as I was trying to pull out of my garage. It is a busy thoroughfare for what we would call an alley. And I have to say, I vehemently object to these folks trying to change the complexion of my alley that I've been paying taxes to live in for over 20 years at this point. I think it's a safety factor. I am a doctor, and I don't see that this is in any way enhancing the safety of my neighborhood. And I have not met these folks, but I understand they have 2 young children as well. In the interest of parenting and being good parents, I suggest they rethink their efforts here to impinge on the safety of an alley that is currently used, as well as a City of Chicago playground designated as one of the only water parks in the City of Chicago. Thank you.
Okay, I believe, I want to give one more opportunity. I believe that was all of the objectors that we have on, which means we are going to turn and raise your hand if I have that wrong and we haven't gotten to you. Let's now turn back to the applicant for rebuttal. And then, John, after rebuttal, I do want to hear from the Alderman's office and Miss Conley before we totally close it out. But I think rebuttal will be freshest to mind, so if we start there.
Okay, I'm allowed to speak?
Yeah, you can, yep, go right ahead, Miss Kim. Yep.
Okay. So a lot of things, but to begin with, it's we're a family. We have childcare. My parents come over, they take care of the kids. Where are we supposed to park our cars? Just as all of these objectors are talking about the congestion on the streets being across from a park, there's not very much parking during the busy times. So we need to have somewhere for them to park when they come, and they're elderly. And whoever's going to object, just please let me finish, because I sat quietly and I waited for all of you to state your points. So, you guys are referring to this as an open space. This is our property. This isn't a plaza used for everyone to just kind of maneuver. Everyone else along Maud, other than the few homes that are within this open space, are pulling in and out across from a house, or they're actually pulling into the other section of the manor house of where our house is. So they're pulling in and out of that. So they're up against a wall. It's just this small section that we're just trying to build our car garage alley to go along the alleyway just as everyone else. And yes, we want to keep it safe. We want to be able to have a garage where our kids can pull in and not have a big open area. And, to, Mr. Dieterman's attorney, to demolish, aren't we talking about a green space and preserving? Why would we knock down a perfectly good building that we can that is essentially, there's a parking lot there. We're just essentially trying to enclose the parking. That's all we're trying to do. There's nothing permeable there. It's all concrete. We have agreed, what Mr. Dieterman said, we are not building a roof deck. We are going to build a green deck. So that is permeable. And then we have worked with the Alderman's office and agreed to make the area that is on the ground, it is going to be permeable. Right now, there's nothing that's permeable there. It's concrete. So, to say that we're not thinking about being green, we're just trying to utilize and enclose the current parking structure. It's a challenge because we're trying to do so much right by the neighborhood. And we've worked with, the Alderman's office, the Ranch Triangle Association and the state, to preserve this main structure. And what we're trying to do is just expand a garage so we have somewhere to park and just connect it to our house. We're keeping so much of the yard because we want to have a yard, because we care about, having outdoor space. We're just trying to enclose the back. And, the 8.5-foot setback, that's the third time we changed our plans in order to appease that plan was to appease the Dietermans, to give them more space. When they have a 0 setback pretty much around their entire property, and we're giving them more space. So we've been very accommodating to various parties within the neighborhood.
Yeah, thank you. And John, I think it would be helpful, because just due to the standards that the board is actually going to be looking at, if we hear from the architect a bit on the objections that actually related to the standards that, we have to consider.
Oh, yes, Pam, you have been previously sworn. First of all, to indicate to the for the folks in the alley, it is my understanding that currently the city requires a 2-foot setback from the lot line in building a garage. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that
And we will have our garage doors inset to comply with that.
I believe I'm speaking.
John, that's your architect, just so you know.
Okay, no, I didn't. I thought it was an objector. Okay, so that essentially, in addition to the alley, there is an additional 2-foot setback that is being adhered to in your design. Is that correct?
Yes, the alley is 16 feet and our garage doors will be inset in the required 2 feet in addition to that. So they will be essentially just like all of the other garages up and down this alley.
And it is a public alley, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. In your opinion, does the proposed 2 variations that we're seeking in any way alter the essential character of the neighborhood in which it is located, in which this property is located?
No, they do not alter that character.
And what factors do you take into consideration in arriving at that opinion?
We looked at the character up and down Seminary Avenue. We looked at maintaining our green space in relationship to the park, in relationship to the buildings on either side of us off of Seminary. And then also, even though I don't think the zoning code references the alley as being part of that character, the new garage that we have proposed is far more in keeping with the way every other garage is set up and down Seminary, up and down that alley, where the garage doors face directly into the alley and cars pull in and out of the garages off of the alley, not an inset driveway. That space that everyone is referring to as open space, the way that I understand rear yard open space, it cannot be used as a driveway, but that area as it is right now serves as driveway into the existing door.
And people have been using that as turnaround area, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, fine. In your opinion, will the proposed 2 variations in any way injure surrounding property values?
No, we are only making the addition 1 story high. We have done some sun studies, and the only time when it creates shade on the adjacent buildings is right around the winter solstice, which would be the coldest time of the year. And the shade only hits the area of the adjacent alley house where their garage has glass block windows.
I have no further questions of Pam. I would ask Cynthia.
Mr. Knudsen, may I ask a question, please?
Oh, no, Dr. Spector. So we outlined a pretty stringent process at the beginning. We're at the rebuttal portion right now.
Okay. Is there a time when I will be able to? One final comment?
We're past objections.
Okay, just take a look at those 2 garbage cans, people. I can't move out of my garage.
Okay,
Those are
okay,
not-
Dr.
Don't
Spector.
believe
Dr. Spector,
that it is your opportunity to speak, Mr.
Sorry, sir, I
Spector.
apologize.
Okay. Cynthia, have you had communication with your neighbors to the north
Yes.
When did you start communicating with them concerning your proposal?
In fall of 2021.
Can you be more specific as to fall of 2021?
Probably right around September is when I spoke with, when I first met Natasha and I spoke with her.
Did Mr. and Mrs. Dieterman own the property at that time? Own
No,
their
they-
property at their time?
They did not.
Just to point out, we're not the north property, we're the west property.
Okay, well, northwest. Okay, so that you communicated to them indicating what your proposal was. Is that true?
Yes. So if we're referring to the west property, the Dietermans, we initially communicated with them in November around Thanksgiving when I met them, and then they had seen our plans in December 13th to be exact, and they received our plans and they knew that we were building, and that's when we communicated with them initially.
And subsequent to the knowledge that you had plans for the improvement of the subject site, did the Biedermans then close on the property?
Yes, I believe they closed January 6th.
Okay, so they were eyes open purchasers, is that correct?
I believe so. Yes, that is correct.
And they bought a converted warehouse and factory with no street frontage, being eyes open purchasers of their property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, I have no further questions.
Okay, I think the board is gonna, again, just thinking about our standards, we're gonna want to go down a little bit more the line of hearing from the architect on what could be built without variations, and attaching that to a hardship argument. So if the architect could please go through that again based on what the objectors brought up.
Pam, is that?
Sorry, I didn't see I was on mute. I'm wondering if it's easier to go back to the plan overhead view. Or this is fine. I mean, so as I was describing, we have a, hold on, I'm sorry. Lauren, can you dig into the garage plan a little bit first?
Sure, I can describe what's happening there. So in the existing property in the coach house as it is, there is structure there that is limiting where the parking is. It works with the current configuration, but in order to negotiate the two existing structures that have levels that are offset from one another, we need to put that staircase in a location where both structures can access it. Therefore, that pushes out the existing parking that's in there. So yes, we can keep the structure as is and remove some of the existing parking, but that wouldn't serve the current, not even keep the existing situation, in addition to putting in a family that is going to be a party of 5 and needs childcare. So we feel that to reduce that and to put in that stair structure, it would make it a less desirable property.
I think that in order to get even a 2-car garage in the existing footprint of that coach house structure that's there, with us taking over the acute angle that's to the south, there's not really a way to turn in. We would be pulling in closer and closer to the Dieterman's door, where I believe by us turning the garage doors and having them come directly off the alley, we're actually pulling in farther away from their entrance, which is much better. So you see where the stairway is right there? If we kept this existing structure as the new stair on the inside eats in from the right, we would have to continue pushing our garage doors further and further to the left, where that kind of trellised wood stair is, which means the cars are swinging around and then backing out of the garage closer and closer to the Dieterman's house instead of into the alley. And, speaking to the garbage cans, we've set back now 8.5 feet, which is plenty of space for garbage cans to live. Whereas right now, if we continue to put more garage doors there, it's just less and less room, to keep the cans out of the alley.
Okay, I want to see if the board has any questions, whether based on this line of thought or other.
Well, I guess I want to see if I understand what the architect is saying. I was kind of honing into what the question that Attorney Kingsley was asking you earlier, when he was essentially, I think, trying to make the point that you could have a garage. It just might not be, the garage that you want. It might not be as big a property as you want. But is this a case of trying to build too big of an addition on this lot? And so, and I think what you're saying, if I understand it correctly, is you couldn't actually build a 2-car garage without encroaching into this space that is at issue.
What I'm saying is that the course of the design is being driven to develop the addition so that it's sensitive to keeping as much green space as possible in the yard area between the historic house and the neighbors to the north. Gives us a limited footprint of area with which we can build in between that historic structure and the existing coach house piece. And I think squeezing a garage in the center there, it essentially divides the property into 2 halves. So it's not really a contiguous single family home at that point. And it also, some of our restrictions are back and forth negotiations with the state historic preservation agency, carrying, the water table around and the window heights and sills around from the main level on the historic house. If we had to make the space where right now we're planning the family room addition into a garage space, things wouldn't line up visually on the front of the house. It would be a lot less sensitive to the historic nature that they want us to preserve.
Thank you.
Yeah, any other questions from the board? Okay, I want to move then to Natasha Conley and Alderman Smith. So first, Natasha, if you're still on, can you just unmute?
Yes, I am still on.
Great. So can you state your name and address, please?
Natasha Conley, and I am 1944 North Seminary. So it's the 1944/46 condo association.
Okay, thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, a couple of things that I wanted to address. One, the area, I'm not sure if it was a board member or if it was a board member and the person who was opposing's lawyer, but the alternatives that they came up with, it would ruin the look and feel of our beautiful street. That property is just so gorgeous. If they tried to put a garage in that area, if anyone saw this street in person, they would not suggest that. So please please, those are horrible alternatives, all of the ones that I heard. So I would definitely be opposed to that. I also want to say we are 6 units, so that's 6 owners that would not be happy if any of those alternatives actually came to fruition. I can't speak to whether or not a 2-car versus a 4-car or a 3-car garage could be built. But I can say that a lot of our homeowners park on Seminary. And if those cars had to be rerouted when they had childcare or visitors or anything on like that onto the street, that street is very congested when it comes to parking because there's a park there. And, you know, going from, you know, 2 cars makes a difference. During the summer, I have to circle to find parking for, you know, up to an hour sometimes. So I can't believe that anybody would be, you know, asking to limit the amount of parking spots. That to me is just crazy. And I'm also kind of confused about the whole green space, because that is a concreted area. So it definitely doesn't add green space. But if you wanted to take that other area and put a garage onto it, that is currently grass and trees. That is the definition of green space, unlike a concrete slab. So I'm not very sure why anyone would oppose this plan. It just seems like the perfect fit for our neighborhood. And I'm very happy that home is getting, you know, put together, and so are the rest of the owners in my building. So yeah, please do not approve any of those alternative plans.
So we're only looking at the plan in front of us. We're only looking at the plan in front of us.
Okay, great. Thank you so much.
Yep, thanks for coming and voicing support. So with that, I want to go to Alderman Smith. I believe Alderman Smith is on.
Yes, I think you can see me.
Hi, Alderman. Yeah, so if you can just state your name and role, and I'll swear you in for good process.
Thank you. I'm Alderman Michelle Smith of the 43rd Ward.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do. Thank you. Thank you very much for your careful consideration of this matter. It's truly a clash of the interests of preservation and development. There was, just to fill you in on what happened here, there was a notice of demolition of this building filed in December of 2020 with the Chicago Commission on Landmarks because it's an orange rated building. That led to an outcry across my ward, not just from the neighbors, but from Ranch Triangle Association, Sheffield Neighborhood Association, the Old Town Triangle, and Preservation Chicago, that this particular building has been a much loved and believed to be historically significant building in our neighborhood. Fortunately, we were able to get the demo notice delayed by agreement so we could see what was going on. And we were initially approached by developers who wanted to tear the building down and build a lot line to lot line triangular 6-unit apartment building with 6 garage spaces. So nobody liked that design. And we met with the owners, and the owners were the children of the owners of this building, a very adult children, my age or older, who had inherited the home. And they did not live here, but they loved the house because it's the house they grew up in. And we, having absolutely, honestly, no legal basis to force them to not tear it down, beg them to please don't tear it down. We had no legal basis because it was orange rated and it wasn't individually significant enough, at least according to what we understood, to like run a big landmarking campaign for this one house. That is a pretty frequent occurrence in my neighborhood. And so we try to work with owners to try to preserve these homes. And thanks to our entreaties, the couple, the children said, okay, we will focus on trying to find someone to buy the house as is. And that is where the story picks up to where it is today. And I actually wasn't that familiar with how much the current owner has been working with Landmark Society to preserve the house. It is also very typical. This is a big lot. If you were going to build a 6-family apartment here, that means you can tell it's a big lot. It is also very typical in our neighborhood, for better or for worse, that these big lots get taken up with houses that are practically lot line to lot line, and with not significant yard space. So the community, again, because it is directly across from Adams Play Lot, again, really begged the owners, the prior owner, to not divide the lot into 2 lots, which was one of the ideas that the owners had, was let's tear down some addition that had been built and actually divide it into 2 lots, because it's a really big lot. You could have 2 houses there or 1 gigantic house. And again, the entreaties of the neighborhood was, please don't do that. Leave that side yard is over half of a lot. And everyone here is familiar with homes that are built with an addition that would take up the whole yard. But again, this is the circumstance that has led, I believe, to this time. And we have asked, so we insisted when this owner came that they work through this issue as much as humanly possible with all the neighbors. That is really what we try to do. So because of the incredible efforts that were made by everyone here, there have been several revisions, as I noted in our letter, that we said, to actually try to preserve the home, try to have as little impact as possible. And that is why that we have ended up not opposing this request, because it is the result of an enormous amount of neighborhood compromise. And when we work with people preserving historic structures, that invariably requires compromise, that we try to force people to work together as much as humanly possible. And even after this, I'm sure we will still try to work on further things around the edges. But this is a difficult situation when we have these beautiful historic homes that are not meeting the needs of current homeowners. And while this might not be what I chose to build, might not be, but other people do other things. And so with that background, and the negotiating process here went on for, since December of 2020, this has been an issue in our community. And so with that, in light of all the compromises that are here and the hardships caused by trying to maintain the historic building, both we and the Ranch Triangle Association, which is very protective of their neighborhood, do not oppose the variations that have been requested.
Okay, thank you. And I want to see if the board has any questions for
Happy to answer questions.
I do. This is Commissioner Toya. Alderman, could you speak to us on the Adam play lot? I mean, it was brought up that, Mayor Emanuel put that in, but I'm sure you had input on that, because I know you, I'm sure. It act like, I heard the objectors talk about this is going to be a problem. Could you talk to me about that a little bit? Sure. What do you think?
Well, the green alley is the alley here. I put that in as part of my alderman.
I figured that.
Yeah, that's our green alley that we put in. There's been a lot of development along that alley. Some of this alley actually at the north end actually fronts on Armitage. And it caused a flooding problem because for some reason, whoever built something on Armitage covered a drain. So the whole thing was flooded. And so we put in one of the early versions of green alleys, which is a concrete alley that's pitched with a key cut down the middle. And we did that. And the alley is, in fact, at least 16 feet wide, which is the, really the standard Chicago alley. And most of the garages have that 2-foot setback, which was actually, the 2-foot setback was actually a rule championed by my predecessor to try to keep people off the alleys. It's a long zoning story of narrow alleys. So this is actually considered to be it is a full width alley. And in prior incarnations, it was much more of a commercial alley than it is today. It is across the street from Adams Play Lot, which is a lovely community park that's extremely popular for the people who live here and elsewhere. And it does get a lot of street traffic. We recently worked with the community to redo the water feature and raised a bunch of community money and of course my menu money to revitalize it. So these are open space features that are very, very precious to us. And, it is the most important thing here was that we were trying, this could have been in the hands of a less willing seller. There is no doubt that as of right, someone could have built, well, it could never be as of right because it's a triangular lot, right? You could almost build nothing on a triangular lot. There's always something required. But in our experience with other triangular lots, you can build a house every bit as big as this without much of a yard. So there's a yard, and Ranch Triangle is also, they're not here today, but they have given a letter saying that as part of their advocacy on behalf of residents trying to maintain this building and the green space in the front, that they do not oppose it.
Thank you.
Any other questions specific to this for the aldermen from members of the board? Okay, so John, we're done with the process. As promised at the beginning, you have time for a closing, but you do not need to take it if you don't want to. I think the board has plenty of opportunity or plenty of information on all sides to deliberate on this. So, but up to you. I'm not the chance.
I would like to impose upon the board's time just for a brief closing. This is truly a unique piece of property. And there, as exhibited, there are practical difficulties and severe hardships in designing the optimum use of this property, combining the townhouse to the manor house while providing on-site parking. We talk about character of the neighborhood. We are providing parking on an alley. Where do you provide parking except off of an alley? That is the essential character of the alley is that it is for entrance and egress to garages. We are seeking to place a 3-car garage on the subject site, removing 3 potential cars from the street. We in no way are injuring surrounding property values. As demonstrated, the next door neighbor was an eye-open purchaser of a piece of property that was an old warehouse or manufacturing facility that had only one entrance onto an alley. With that, I would close, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone who participated today. And
Can I speak again or no?
No, sorry, we're closed. We stuck to our processes outlined at the beginning. But thank you, everyone, for waiting this long in your day for the meeting. We've got a ton of information on this, so we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you for your time.
Yep, thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to call a very quick 10-minute recess. The board will return at 4:20. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We'll be back in 10 minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Chairman, I think you're frozen.
Thanks, Kamal. I don't know if I'm frozen. I'm just reviewing the attendee list to make sure we have everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, now you're okay. You were frozen actually. But you're
I think
okay.
I just had a really stoic look on my face, but thank you. Here we go. Here's Sam. Okay. Either way, we have quorum. So I move that we reconvene this meeting of the Zoning Board of Appeals. I'm going to say Commissioner Saul seconds. Commissioner Saul.
Yeah.
I know it's different than usual. Commissioner Sanchez.
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito.
Yes.
And Commissioner Toya. I'm a yes, we have quorum, so we're going to move back into the meeting. We're moving now to calendar number 140-22-S. Then we're going to go to the matter in regular call that we skipped earlier on, which is 106-22-Z, before we go into our continued matters. So with that, I'm going to call calendar number 140-22-S. There's two hands raised for matters I believe that are in continuances. I can let you speak, but I can also let you both just know right now that we're just not there yet. Okay, so we've got Laura Martin. Laura, I just confirm you're on for.
Thank you for that. I just had a really quick question.
Sure.
I just wanted to know if this meeting will end at any certain time, like if you guys have a hard stop at 5 o'clock, or I just don't know how your policy works.
Honestly, we don't. We've gone until the AM, to be quite frank, in the past, or we've ended early. It's just whenever we get through the matters.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
For sure. Okay, and then Sam.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. My question almost the same.
Yes, I did.
Almost the same question the last person just asked. I don't know if I'm lost because I'll be here since 9 o'clock. I don't know when my case is coming up or if my case is on the agenda today.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And I know it's a long day, so thanks for waiting on. Your matter will be heard. We're just not there yet. It's in, I think, 3 more matters, and then you're up.
Okay, can I confirm my number again? 7522S.
Yep, I 75. It's the Fat Burger restaurant, right?
Right.
Yep, it will be on. It'll be heard.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. So, if anyone's here to object to calendar 140-22-S, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. As everyone gets situated, I'm going to read the department's recommendation on the matter. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval of the proposed adult use cannabis dispensary, provided that number 1, the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Green Therapy. Number 2, all on-site customer queuing occurs within the building. Number 3, the development is consistent with the design and layout of the floor plans dated April 20th, 2022, prepared by Perspective Image. And number 4, prior to any portion of the first floor identified as note and scope on the floor plan and or any portion of any basement space, if applicable, being utilized, the applicant must file an application and receive approval from the Zoning Board of Appeals to amend the special use. So with that, Councilor Andrew Scott, whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, my name is Andrew Scott with the law offices of Dykema and Gossett. And if I could just run through my witnesses just to make, I think everybody's here, but with me should be Nigel Dandridge with Green Therapy LLC. He's on?
Yes.
Okay, great. And Ed Farrell, Silver Star Protection Group, the company that is providing security for the facility. Ed, are you here? Okay. Adam Rack, our planner with WBK Engineering.
Yes, I'm here.
Great. And Peter Poulos with the Metron Group, our appraiser. Is Peter on?
Yeah, I saw Peter. Let me make sure.
I'm
here. You're
not here. I think Peter's in church. Okay. Mr. Chairman, do you want to swear everyone in first, or do you want us to go ahead and then as I call them?
Yeah, we can just go down the line and then you don't have to ask them their address or anything. So let's start with Niall Dandridge. Will you please state your name and address?
Nigel Dandridge, 312 North Desplain Street, Unit A, Chicago 60661.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great, thank you. Adam Rack, will you state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Adam Rack. I'm with WBK Engineering at 116 West Main Street, Suite 201, St. Charles, Illinois 60174.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you. Ed Farrell, state your name and address, please.
My name is Ed Farrell. My address is 3601 East Algonquin Road, Suite 730, Rolling Meadows, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Mr. Peter Poulos, state your name and address, please.
Hi, Peter Poulos, address 10109 South 83rd Avenue, Palos Hills, Illinois.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great. And we recognize your expertise based off of many past appearances.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And then do we have David Berger as well?
David Berger was an alternative. Nigel was actually, he thought he might be traveling this afternoon, so we added David as an alternative just in case, but Nigel is with us, and so David won't be joining.
Okay, perfect. Go right ahead.
Okay, and Mr. Chairman, can you tell if we have any objectors to this matter? Because we obviously want to, answer all questions that folks might have, but we can obviously do a shorter presentation, recognizing the time of the day.
Yep, no one raised their hand. I'll announce it again. If there's any objectors here for 140-22-S, raise your hand. We will get you promoted. But I don't think so, Counselor. So you can go ahead with the streamlined version.
Great. Okay. Thank you very much. So very briefly, we actually started this process back in 2020 when there was a rezoning of the subject property to get it to the C classification. COVID kind of interrupted everything for a while, but we got back on track earlier part of this year. This is about a 31,000 square foot site. As I mentioned, it's zoned C classification. It's located at the southwest corner of Damon and St. Paul. It is essentially a lot line to lot line building. It's 3 stories, mixed use, about 27,000 square feet. The upper floors are occupied by a variety of commercial recreational uses, and the area that you see in red, that is the northern retail space that has been vacant for many, many years. It's about 4,600 square feet, and that's where the proposed dispensary would be located. We're roughly 3 to 4 blocks from the from the Milwaukee Blue Line stop. We are on the Damon bus line stop, and we're actually just north of the designation of Damon Avenue as a P Street. We've got metered parking on both sides of the property. What you see before you, this is actually the condition of the property today. It used to be occupied by a Marc Jacobs retail store 3 or 4 years ago. Hasn't really been in use since. We have entered into a lease. Green Therapy has entered into a lease with the owner of the property to operate the dispensary. That's the 4,600 square feet that you see immediately to the right of your screen. We have gone through an extensive community process, not only associated with the zoning process back in 2020, but in accordance with the Chicago zoning ordinance. We did have 3 community meetings, 3 Zoom meetings several months back. One of those was live, 3 just because we were kind of in between the changeover between COVID, non-COVID periods, and we wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to weigh in. So we had 3 community meetings, 60 attendees the first time, and then probably 20 to 30 on the other 2. And then for our live meeting, we maybe had 10 to 15 participants. We also met several times with the Wicker Park neighbors, and I think in your packet, you'll see that there is a letter of support from their planning and their P&D committee, planning and development committee, and also an outgrowth of that dialogue with Wicker Park community. The applicant actually entered into a community benefits agreement which spoke to matters such as hiring and sort of tracking, tracking contracting with minority enterprises, things of that nature. So that was a result of that dialogue. Finally, we did meet with the Wicker Park Bucktown Chamber of Commerce. There should be a letter of support in the packet from them. And I think also you'll see a number of other expressions of support from people that live within the community, as well as Alderman Wagaspak. So again, very, very robust community process. And, I think as you can tell from, from the absence of any objectors here, that there is support in the community for this use at this location. Just very briefly, in terms of operations, we anticipate having a total of 30 to 35 employees. We would have 12 to 15 employees, during any particular shift. Would offer the full array of cannabis products, from flower to edibles to ointments, topicals, things of that nature. Hours of operation, we 9 to 10 Monday through Thursday, 8 to 10 on Friday and Saturday. And finally, Sunday, 9 to 7. In terms of, the department had talked about managing customers. Nigel and his team are not new to the cannabis space, and, there is a significant opportunity to make sure that, they can, particularly on busy days, queue up people in the waiting area of the dispensary and implement other methods to ensure that customers are able to get in, get out, and that there aren't folks, either just lining up on the street. That's really, I think, maybe, for some dispensaries that are less well operated, and that also may be a little bit of a remnant of when recreational cannabis started. But as more licenses have come online, I think we see lines less and less. So again, there is a system in place to ensure that people don't line up on the street. That was something that we heard from the community. And we certainly said that our interests are aligned there, because if it doesn't look good from the outside, if our customers have to wait outside, if we can't manage things efficiently, people aren't going to want to come back. There are choices in this industry now. And so, as I said, there are methods in place that Nigel and his team will employ to make sure no queuing on the street. I'd like to turn it to Ed, because I know that security is always something that folks are interested in. And so I'd like to just let him talk for 60 seconds about his experience and also some of the security elements in the dispensary, if that's okay. So Ed, you want to go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Andrew. Once again, my name is Ed Farrell. I'm the owner of a third-party security company called Silver Star Protection Group. We got our start in 2014 in cannabis. We've grown into a firm that specializes in a full suite of security solutions for cannabis companies, and we provide services to about 100 cannabis enterprises and facilities in about 4 states over that time. Prior to joining Silver Star Protection Group as its owner, I was a U.S. Marshal for just shy of a quarter century, where I have a vast experience in securing things at a high level. As you know, Illinois is one of the most regulated cannabis markets in the United States, and security is no exception. Green Therapy is looking to not only meet, but most likely exceed most of the security requirements for the state. The dispensary, pursuant to state law, will have one armed guard on duty at all times while there's people in the dispensary, not just when it's open. The dispensary will have a comprehensive security system. I'll break it down for you real quickly. They will have a camera system that will be functional 24/7. The cameras will cover the entire interior and exterior of the facility, minus the bathrooms, which is protected by law. Those videos will be stored for 90 days. Additionally, ISP and IDFPR will have access to those cameras 24/7 to make sure the client is meeting rules and regulations. In addition to this camera system, we'll have a comprehensive alarm system, which consists of a burglar alarm, duress and panic alarms, motion sensing, glass break, and shatterproof film across the windows. They'll have an access control system that will prevent unauthorized access to the facility. And lastly, all the security infrastructure will be put on a battery backup system. In the event of power loss, the system will function fully. Additionally, I believe one of the security features of these facilities is the design by the state. You have 3 areas which are public, limited, and access. real quickly, public is where the public allows people to come in. Limited restricts access to either employees of the facility, approved guests by the state, and or purchasers, and the restricted access is limited to employees and approved guests of the state. This is where all cash and cannabis is stored. This method of dividing the facility will prevent unauthorized admission to the facility and theft, loss, and diversion. And lastly, they will have a very strict no loitering and no consumption policy on premises. That's a quick overview. I'm more than happy to answer questions at any time. Andrew, I will turn it back to you.
So, Mr. Chairman, I would turn to my, to my witnesses to run through their affirmation of their testimony, but do you want to go to questions from the board, or should I go ahead and do that?
Let's see. This seems like a good point to check on the board for questions. Any questions from commissioners? Okay, Andrew, go ahead, and we'll circle back one more time.
Okay, so I'd first like to call Nigel Dandridge. Nigel, I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit of testimony?
Yes, I have.
And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in that affidavit?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'd like to next call Ed Farrell. Ed, the same questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit?
I did.
And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Okay, thank you. Turning to Adam Rack, same questions. I prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf. Is that correct for this matter?
Yes, it is.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit of testimony?
Yes, I have.
And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you. And finally, Peter Poulos, I again prepared an affidavit of testimony on your behalf in connection with this matter. Isn't that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And you had an opportunity to review that affidavit of testimony?
Yes, I did.
And if you were called upon to testify today, would your testimony be substantially in accordance with the matters set forth in that affidavit?
Yes, it would.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, I've got nothing more of our witnesses. Again, we are available to answer any questions that you or the other members of the board might have.
Awesome. Thank you very much, everyone. Any questions from the board?
No, this is Commissioner Toya. Just thank you for the thorough background on everything. I thought you went very deep and made it short and quick. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Okay. We've got everything we need. We'll take this under consideration and appreciate everybody's time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend.
You too. Excuse me. Okay, so we're going to circle back to a regular call number. It's 106-22-Z at 4820 South Woodlawn. I believe we have Counselor James McCoy on this one. Oh, James, I'll promote you right now. Okay, as everyone gets situated, if anyone is here to object to 106-22-Z, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted.
I'm sorry, my name is Marty Nesbitt, and you promoted me instead of James.
Hey, James should be promoted as well.
Yes, I'm on here as well. Okay, there he is.
Yeah.
So yes, we are both here.
Okay, great. So typically, attorney would start. So James, if you want to go, and we can get your client sworn in as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, thank you. My name is James McCoy. I live at 4343 North Clarendon Ave in Chicago, Illinois, 60616. Sorry, 60613. Do you need to swear me in?
Yeah, so you're the attorney, right?
Yes, playing that role.
Okay, so we don't need to swear you in, but we will get your client sworn in, so I can go ahead and do that right now if that works with you.
Sure.
Perfect. Okay, Mr. Nesbitt, will you state your name and address?
Martin Nesbitt, 4820 South Woodlawn,
Thank you.
Chicago, 60615.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you very much. Okay, and James, real quick, just a quick clarification. I know you said playing that role. Just so we're clear, are you an attorney?
No.
Oh, you're not an attorney. So you're just there as support for Mr. Nesbitt.
Yes, I work with Premier Landscape Contracting. So we've been the masonry, the architect.
Got it. My apologies. I read the roster wrong. So Mr. Nesbitt will actually start with you unless you have an attorney present. You can go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, it's a very simple project. It's a wrought iron fence around an existing residential property in Kenwood. Just a way of background, there was a fence around the property when we bought it 23 or 24 years ago. We took it down in an effort to just open the property up a little bit. But, there was a carjacking attempt with my wife sitting in the driveway. And so we want to erect a wrought iron fencing gate around the driveway just to protect the family when they're inside of the property. Plain 6 foot fence.
Okay, great. And is the fence, is it partially, it's wrought iron, right? So it's opaque, you can see through?
You can see through it, about probably a 6-inch spacing, a typical wrought iron fence. Very opaque. It actually blends nicely into the rest of the community. I would say good 50 or 60% of the houses in the community have wrought iron fences similar to this one, so would not be an outlier. And it actually is designed to complement the architecture and landscaping in the rest of the neighborhood.
Great. Okay, good. And just for the board's perspective, the reason this is here is because it's 6 inches above 6 feet, and that's what triggers the variation.
And just by way of, it's a large home, and so that size of fence is proportionate to the home and the yard.
Yep, good. Okay. Mr. McCoy, is there anything you wanted to add before I go to the board for questions?
Already covered it all. Again, it's the masonry columns that'll be at 6.5 feet. The wrought iron fencing is just at 6 feet.
Okay, great. Any questions from the board?
This is Commissioner Esposito. Just maybe a comment to clarify the record. What's shown is not an opaque fence. It's actually transparent, except for the columns. So and the posts, I just wanted to make sure it didn't go on record as an opaque fence.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, sorry, Zurich. I meant non-opaque.
Yeah, right.
This is a good teaching moment. Thank you. Any other questions from the board or comments? Okay, we've got everything we need here. So thanks everyone for your time, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you all.
Yep,
thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye. All right, let's jump into continued matters now. We're going to go ahead and start with calendar number 75-22-S, and this is at 823 East 87th Street. As we get everyone situated, it's Counselor Fatikas. I'll go ahead and read the department's recommendation. And if you're here to object for this matter, please just raise your hand and we'll get you promoted. The Department of Planning and Development recommends approval to establish a 3-lane drive-through facility to serve a proposed 3-lane drive-through facility to serve a proposed fast food restaurant, provided that the special use is issued solely to the applicant, Jackie Jackson Birthrights, Inc., DBA Fatburger, and the development is consistent with the design and layout of the plans and drawings dated April 19th, 2022, with site plan and landscape plan dated April 20th, 2022, prepared by Nick Scarlatus and Associates. And I see Nancy has her hand raised. Go ahead, Nancy.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, thank you. What happened when that draft recommendation was written, it was pulled from the the language that was in the notice. They've since reduced the drive-through from 3 lanes to 1 lane.
To 1 lane?
Mhm.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Perfect. And it's 3 lanes on the agenda as well. So let's just amend that on the record to make sure everyone's clear that it's 1 lane. Okay, Councilor Fatikas, are you present?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Again, Chairman, for the record, Nick Fatikas from the law offices of Sam Banks. I'm here on behalf of the applicant, Jackie Jackson Birthrights Incorporated, which intends to do business as Fatburger and Buffalo Cafe. The applicant actually owns the subject property located at 823, 833 East 87th Street. The subject site contains approximately 21,910 square feet of total lot area, and it's currently improved with a retail building and a 5-lane drive-through facility, as well as accessory on-site parking. To the best of our knowledge, the property was most recently occupied by a retail bank, but it's our understanding that the site has been vacant for nearly 10 years. The applicant is proposing to adapt and reuse the existing retail bank building and reorganize the drive-through facility to serve the proposed Fatburger and Buffalo's Cafe restaurant. The plans call for the installation of code-compliant landscaping and fencing, 18 on-site parking spaces, and now, as was stated on the record, a single drive-through lane to support the restaurant. In order to permit this revised drive-through concept, the applicant is seeking a special use because the subject property is located in a B32 zoning district. I have 3 witnesses available to testify on behalf of the applicant, Ms. Jacqueline Jackson, our project architect, Nicoletta Scarlatus, and our MAI appraiser, Mr. Joe Ryan. And again, Chairman, before I call my first witness, I wanted to summarize several of the changes that were incorporated into the plans between our last continuance date and today. First,
Yes, and Nick, before you do that, let me cut in for a second. I just want to note for the board process-wise, we have an objector, Mr. Iwuya. Sorry. So how we run this is Nick will give the case in chief, then we'll turn to the objector, and the objector will give their objection, ask any questions of the applicant. Then we'll come back to the applicant to rebut and close it out. So, Mr. Iwuyo, don't worry, we'll get to you.
Okay, thank you, Chairman. Where I had left off was I just wanted to summarize a few of the changes that were incorporated into today's plan set between the last continuance date and today. First, the driveway again the driveway located on the west side of the lot was changed to be an entrance-only drive. And that was done to reduce the risk of vehicle conflicts on specifically that side of the property. In order to better control the on-site traffic pattern, we also reduced the number of drive-through lanes again from 3 to 1. And I'd like to remind the board that the bank that had previously operated at the property had 5 drive-through lanes. So we believe a reduction to 1 is a significant change. The 4 lanes that were removed will be replaced with an outdoor open patio for customers to use and enjoy. We also increased the on-site parking total from 12 spaces to 18 spaces. And most significantly, we agreed to reorganize the 2 driveways that are located on the east side of the building to function together as one drive, which is shown on the site plan on the screen right now. Again, currently, there are 2 separate drives providing egress from the site in line with the lanes that previously served the bank building. Again, now that would be, or as proposed, it would be reduced to 1 curb cut. And with that, I'd like to call my first witness, Ms. Jackie Jackson. Jackie, are you on?
And Jackie, if you're on, you might be muted. Just please state your name and address.
Jackie Jackson,
4800 South King Drive, Chicago, Illinois, 60615.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And Jackie, again, you're the president of the applicant, the Jackie Jackson Birthrights Incorporated, which intends to do business as Fat Burger and Buffalo's Cafe.
Yes.
And that entity owns the subject property at 823 through 833 East 87th Street. Is that right?
Yes.
And as I stated in our introduction, you're planning to adapt and reuse the existing one-story retail building so that it can function as a Fat Burger and Buffalo Cafe restaurant. Is that right?
Yes.
And your plan is to reorganize the existing drive-through lanes as we discussed, and actually work with one drive-through service lane, correct?
Yes.
And that drive-through lane is exactly what brings us before the board today, because the subject property is located in a B3-2 zoning district. Is that right?
Yes.
And Jackie, is it true that you have nearly 14 years of experience in the food service and restaurant industry?
Yes.
And given your familiarity with the Fat Burger brand, you feel you need the drive-through lane in order to stay competitive in the marketplace. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
And in terms of operations, the restaurant's dining area will be open 7 days a week between 10:30 a.m. and 11 o'clock p.m.
Yes.
And the drive-through lane would operate 7 days a week, again, from 10 a.m. until 2 o'clock a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're actually committed to hiring at least 40 employees, which includes part-time and full-time staff members, as well as managers to help you run this location. Is that true?
Yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out that our findings of fact submittal, I would like to amend our findings of fact submittal to reflect the correct employee count. We initially projected about 26 staff members, but Ms. Jackson's franchise agreement with Fat Burger requires that a minimum of 40 employees be hired prior to opening the restaurant.
Noted,
Jackie,
thank you.
Thank you. And Jackie, based on your ongoing communication with Alderman Harris, you're committed to hiring those employees from the local community. Is that right?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
In fact, you've agreed to work directly with the Alderman's office to ensure that 8th Ward residents have the opportunity to apply for the available jobs, correct?
Yes, we're already doing that as we currently speak.
Great. And before we conclude your testimony, is it true that you worked with Alderman Harris's office to rezone a portion of the subject property so that you could have a uniform B3-2 zoning?
Yes.
And again, that rezoning was based on the plan being presented to the board today. Is that right?
Yes.
And Jackie, is it your understanding that my office filed witness statements on your behalf in this case?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
Yes.
Great. Chairman, my next witness is Ms. Nicoletta Scarlatus.
Great. Yep. Ms. Scarlatus, will you state your name and address?
Nicoletta Scarlatus, 5405 West 127th Street, Crestwood, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Nicoletta, you are a licensed architect in the state of Illinois?
Yes, I am.
And you and your firm designed the adaptive reuse program for the restaurant and drive-through lane proposed at the subject property. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, briefly, in terms of site access, customers will be directed to use the existing curb cut located on 87th Street on the west side of the property. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And that driveway will lead customers to the on-site parking as well as the entrance to the drive-through lane, correct?
Correct.
And customers using the drive-through lane will then exit the property using the new single curb cut back onto 87th Street, right?
Yes, correct.
And again, specific to the drive-through lane, it's designed to support at least 7 cars at one time.
Yes, yes, it is.
And because of the size of the lot, it could actually accommodate additional cars, probably upwards of 5, before impacting the ingress to the site, again, on the west side of the property, right?
Yes, yes, correct.
And as for customers who are not using the drive-through lane, those customers will be directed around the patio to the additional parking located on the east side of the lot.
Yes,
And not to be redundant, those customers would use the combined drive on the east side of the property to then exit back onto 87th Street, right?
yes, that's correct.
And in your professional opinion, do you believe that this specific site design allows for safe and functional on-site traffic circulation for the restaurant?
Yes, we do.
And in addition to the drive-through layout, again, the plan provides 18 on-site parking spaces.
Yes, it does.
And as part of the permit process, you'll also be incorporating code compliant landscaping, outdoor lighting, and fencing elements. Is that right?
Yes,
And Nicolette, is it your understanding that my office filed a witness statement on your behalf in this case?
yes,
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the statements we provided?
yes.
Great, thank you so much. Chairman, my last witness is Mr. Joe Ryan.
Yep, and Joe is sworn in and he's been acknowledged as an expert.
Thank you. Joe, are you with us? Chairman, I actually know he's at a rehearsal dinner for his daughter in Boston. So I know he was planning to call in. Is there a phone number?
Yeah, we've definitely got a call-in number.
I believe it ends in 3059.
I mean, Nick, even if you call him and hold the speaker up, we've just, of course, got to get him on.
Okay, let me do just that. I'm going to put myself on mute.
Okay.
If you could just, I'm so sorry. If you could just give me a minute, let me try and connect with them. Chairman?
Yep.
Okay, so I just got a hold of Joe. He's calling in.
Okay.
The last four digits of his phone are 3059.
Okay, well, I'm watching for it. Because there's currently no phone numbers.
Okay, and if not, I actually have one other solution because I have an iPad next to me. I could call him back and just re-log in on my iPad, just so that he's on the call.
Let's see if we can get him. Whatever you think will be quickest.
Right. I'm really sorry. I know that he's between commitments right now. So just if you can just bear with me for another minute, I should hopefully be able to resolve this. Chairman, I have Joe Ryan on my cell phone.
Okay, great. Go right ahead.
I'm so sorry for that. Joe, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Chairman, can you hear Joe?
Yep, we can.
Great. Okay, Joe, I'm going to jump right into it. You're a designated MAI appraiser in the state of Illinois.
I am.
You've testified in that capacity many times before this board. Is that right?
Correct.
Your scope or assignment in this case was to determine whether the requested special use would comply with the general criteria for special uses as set forth in the code. Is that right?
That's correct, yes.
You physically inspected the subject property and the surrounding area?
I did.
And you prepared a written report summarizing your findings and conclusions. Is that right?
I have, yes.
And generally, though, is it your professional opinion that the proposed special use meets all of the approval criteria?
Yes, I examined each of them in my report and it did.
And in addition to that, just taking into consideration existing or previous uses, we're replacing a 5-lane drive-through facility with a single-lane drive-through facility. Is that right?
Correct.
And with respect to the commercial use, the subject property is a continuation of the commercial and retail area that surrounds the intersection of East 87th and South Cottage Grove. Is that right?
That's correct.
Joe, is it your understanding that my office submitted a copy of your written report to the board?
Yes.
And if you were to continue to testify, would that testimony be consistent with the conclusions, findings and conclusions contained in your written report?
Yes.
Great. Thank you so much. Mr. Chairman, that concludes the applicant's case in chief. We'd be happy to answer any questions you or the board members have about our proposal.
Yep. So before we go to Mr. Iwuyo, I want to offer up the board the opportunity to ask any questions.
Okay, Chair.
Okay, yeah. Mr. Iwuyo, will you please state your name and address?
Well, my name is Sam Awuyo. We live at 835 East 87th Street, Chicago, 60619.
Thank you, sir. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, so what brings you here today?
A good question. Thank you, Chairman. We received a letter or a card, a notice from one Anthony, Chicago, Nicholas, I believe, about this facility here that they want to house a fast food restaurant. So we are highly concerned because in our present, we are just the next neighbor to this restaurant. I believe I will not be, or we will not be surprised if we are the only objector today. The reason is obvious. We are the only one just next to the building, and we are residential. The east side of the west side of it, commercial. The north side, commercial. The other side is just alley. So nobody may be interested whether the restaurant is there or not. But we are interested because based purely on security. We are 7 in number in my family. Only one is in the college. The rest are in high school and the middle school. You can see that their age, I don't think is going to be very, very is good for that kind of a business because of security reason. And again, it's going to devalue my own property, and the noise is going to be there. And we are not going to be sleeping as they just said. The restaurant will open 11 or so to about 10 o'clock in 11 in the night. So you can see the noise that is going to be there. We've been here for more than about 20 years. We are really not. We will not be sleeping when this restaurant is here. We are in Chicago. We know what it means in such a business, such a business in any neighborhood. So that is just my own. That is just my own concern. Maybe my wife want to have anything to say as well.
Yes, my name is Patience Awio, and same address with my husband. My own concern is just like my husband has said, our kids are underage, and it's a lot of stuff going on in Chicago, in the city, and this neighborhood too. Bringing this here is going to bring another trouble. Like they said, 7 days a week, and we live here. We don't have another house in Chicago. This is the only place we live. So we be worrying about this since that signboard has been there. So, and my kids too, they are worrying. I have a 11 years old, 15 years old, and they are underage. So we are worried about this.
Period.
Thank you. And do you have any, your objection will definitely spark some questions from the board for the applicant, but do you have any questions you want to ask the applicant right now?
Okay, I have a few good, thank you, Chairman. I have a few questions. My first question is that what plan, the owner of the restaurant, what plan is he putting in place on security reasons, to be sure that the neighborhood is safe? The neighborhood is safe not because of his coming in. And again, what is he planning to do to see, just like the appraiser came, what is he doing to see that his business there does not devalue my own property? And how is he doing that to contain the noise that is going to be there here and there? So all this, if all this are answered positively, we don't have any problem. But I don't know how he's going to answer that to reduce the security wise. What is he putting in place on security? How is he going to reduce the noise? And how is he going to make sure my property does not devalue? Safety number one. Those are my questions. Those are our questions.
I would like to first say that I have 4 businesses here in Chicago that I have had for 14 years in Hyde Park, Michigan Avenue, Navy Pier, and I'm looking at a new location in Andersonville, Illinois. In my 14 years, I run a nice family-oriented business. I am a single parent. I have a daughter. I'm a former educator with Chicago Public Schools. This is a fast, casual, nice restaurant that would be great for the community.
I also own real estate in the community. I think it would be a positive addition to the building. There's not going to be liquor. There's no partying. It's simply a fast casual. This is not like a McDonald's or Burger King. This is a quality burger. Fat Burger stands for fresh, authentic, and tasty. And I plan on doing a very good job. I plan on being very active. I'm very passionate about what I do. I'm investing a lot of money into this. I purchased the building. So I'm going to make sure that there's no violence, no nonsense, because I'm a single female. So I'm going to do whatever it takes. I love my city. I love Chicago. I'm not giving up. I'm not afraid of the violence. Violence will happen, but it will not happen because of my facility. My facility is going to be a family owned. It's going to be fun. It's going to be for enjoyment. I'm doing this for my city, the city of Chicago, because what is happening. That building has been vacant for almost 10 years. And I took a look at that building. I said, wow, you know what? I really want to bring something good to the city of Chicago. And I put a lot of love, thought, and passion into planning this. This is not just for economical reasons. This is to give back to the community that I am involved in.
And quick question, do we have an aerial view of the site that we could put up? Yeah, any of those. Well, okay, got it.
They live in this neighborhood.
Great. And Mr. Iwuya, which are you 835? Will you remind me your address?
Yeah, 835 East to 7.
Yeah.
We're on the east of the building we are talking about.
Yep, I see it. Okay. So Ms. Jackson, just to go off of one of the questions that Mr. Iwuya asked, especially as it relates to the drive-through, what are you doing to mitigate the noise that, you know, the boxes can make at night?
Yeah, if I could actually, I'm sorry, Chairman, if I could jump in.
Sure.
We specifically, in working with the Alderman's office, located our the talk box on what would be the south side of the property, right where maybe it makes sense to go back to the site plan. So if you look south of the building on the west side of the lot, there's a diagonal line. So our orders are oriented toward the alley, away from the residential neighbors to the west. That was actually something that the Alderman had kind of a direct comment or suggestion on. And again, given the layout of the site, it was something that we could easily accommodate. We also worked with the Department of Planning and Development to provide a pretty healthy buffer, landscaping buffer along the west side of our property. So there's spacing between not only the drive-through and the restaurant, but physically we're about 98 feet away from our residential neighbor to the west. So most of the activity of going in and out of the restaurant building, but then also the use of the drive-through, which is what's before the zoning board today, is oriented away from our residential neighbors to the west.
Great. And what type of landscaping is there around the property? I see it marked on this plan a little bit, but I'm wondering in specific to any landscaping between the site and Mr. Iwuyo's home.
So there'll be a 6-foot fence, and I thank you so much, Jeanette, for pulling that up. There'll be a 6-foot fence separating us. And then in addition to that, we're planting, I believe it's five trees along the perimeter, 2 of which are along the wider portions of the landscape buffer to the west. I'm sorry, to the east, I'm sorry.
And is that a solid fence?
Yeah, it'll be a wood on wood, the board on board fence.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Iwuyo, did that answer some of your questions, or do you have any follow-ups?
Yeah, I have a follow-up question. Just like the owner said, security that he want the restaurant to allow Chicago to enjoy his food. Agree, but there are other places in Chicago. If he choose to, he can go to other places, not to use it and to come out. There's no way we can live in peace once that thing is there. And that follow-up question I have is that I just heard maybe from Nick that maybe he want to use a wood fence or block fence about 6 feet. Okay, in case they promise all this and it's not done, then be tomorrow I will just say driving through, they start serving food and no fence is there. Where will I go? Can I come to your office to report, or where will I go? Whom will I cry to?
Well, certainly.
Oh, go ahead, Counselor.
I would say certainly during construction, if there are issues, my office is routinely contacted to make sure that not only the developers or the build out is happening consistent with what commitments we've made, but also the alderman's office. So there are a number of protections because the plan we're presenting to the zoning board is the only one that we can get a permit for. If somebody changes it or if somebody alters it, we have to come back to the board before those changes can be incorporated into the plan. So there's quite a bit of certainty. If the board were to approve this plan, the details of the plan come with it.
And Mr. Iwuyo, I would say if you have if there's some issue during construction, you also could call Alderman Michelle Harris, who we know is super active, or the Department of Planning and Development, because these are the plans that they've got to stick to if it should pass.
Okay. Just like my question again, or my concern again, I know that he promised that he will use fence. He was going to use a wood to fence probably my own side to his own side. I don't know whether he's going to fence it 4 round or 4 wall or 2 wall or 1 wall, I don't know. But if we see wood fence of 6 feet high between me and her own property, I will, as I say, that's okay. If not, I will come to your office or go to other office to lodge complaint.
Okay. Yep. Okay, good. So at this point in time, Mr. Iwuyo, unless you had anything else, we'll turn back for rebuttal and closing, and we'll take this under consideration.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both for coming. So let's turn back to the applicant. Counselor, you can rebut anything and do a quick closing before we.
Yeah, no, and again, to keep it quite short, we're trying to take commercial property and bring it back to life. As even the objector said, the west side of 87th Street, the north side of the street is all commercial. We're proposing a restaurant use, which is otherwise allowed in the B3-2 zoning district. The special use is what's presented to or before the board today. We've worked with the alderman's office to make sure that the plan is efficient as possible, that it doesn't impact negatively any of our residential neighbors to the east of the property. And again, as Ms. Jackson spoke to, we are not proposing alcohol. This is a family-oriented, quick service, fast food type store with an outdoor patio. So it's something that's unique, that would be an asset, and hopefully it'll be viewed that way, provided the board approves it. Thank you so much for consideration. And again, we'd be happy to answer any other questions if there are any.
Any other questions from the board? Okay, thank you so much, everyone, for getting to this point of the day and coming in. We will take this under consideration.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Enjoy the weekend.
You too.
Here, 1 second. Okay, we're going to move on to calendar number 81-22-Z. So if you're here to object on this matter, just raise your hand and we will get you promoted. And while everyone's getting situated, I'm going to read just a few guidelines related to this being a contested matter. I want to remind everyone that this is not a town hall. This is a hearing, so we as a board are looking for evidence that either supports or does not support the applicant's case. Here's how the hearing will proceed. First, the applicant will put on their case and all of their witnesses. Then we'll turn to the objectors, and the objectors can put on their case as well as ask questions of the applicant's witnesses. After that, the applicant can ask questions of the objectors. Then we'll return to the applicant for rebuttal testimony and closing remarks. The board will be able to ask questions this whole time. Again, we're going to stick to this process pretty strictly. So with that, let's make sure we get everybody promoted. I believe the alderman's office is on as well. So let's see. Taylor, I'm promoting you right now. And before we get started, let us know if the alderman's office would like to speak at the front or the back end.
Chairman, we would like to speak at the back end.
Okay, great. Okay, with that, Counselor, I believe it's Katrina McGuire. You can go ahead and get started.
That's right, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. Again, for the record, Katrina McGuire from Thompson Coburn with offices at 55 East Monroe. Here on behalf of the applicant. With me this evening are Howard Weiner, a representative of the applicant, as well as Adam Levy of Papa George Hames, our project architect. If I could, I'd like to just do a brief introduction a little bit to give the lay of the land a little bit. I think it will help us get through our testimony in a streamlined fashion and explain the project and some of the history to the board a little more efficiently and effectively. Jeanette or Victor, if you could advance to what was our page 1 of our exhibits, which was the renderings, the front renderings from Wells Street. Well, we can use that. That's fine. So in the top right corner of this exhibit, you can essentially see 3 buildings that comprise this single development. At the far right, which is the northernmost building, is the 1820 North Wells building. In the middle, which is the yellowish building, is 1816 through 1818 North Wells. And then what's sort of smack dab in the middle of our photo here is 1810 North Wells. These are all being consolidated as a single development to consist of 18 dwelling units and 16 parking spaces. I wanted to note on the 16 parking spaces that is a revision from the project initially as filed, which had 18 parking spaces. That does not necessitate any relief, but I just wanted the record to reflect that that's where the project is right now at the 18 parking spaces. The subject of today's hearing, quite honestly, is just the 1810 building and a proposed variation that's occurring at the rear of the building. If we could maybe advance then to the next slide, I'm hoping it'll be Victor or Jeanette. Oh.
Katrina, maybe we wait a second. It seems like.
Yeah, it's just a helpful, the site plan, I think, is helpful for showing. Perfect. Okay. Thank you, Jeanette. So this is essentially our ground floor plan or our site plan. At the bottom of it is the 1810 portion. At the top is the 1820, which is north. The variation that we're talking about today is that pink square. And that's the subject of today's variation request. A little bit of history on the project. Back in October of 2020, this project, specifically as to the 1810 building, advanced to the Landmarks Permit Review Committee for approval. And at that time, that committee determined that this 1810 building was a non-contributing building within the Landmark District and approved essentially this plan that is before you today, which was an upper story addition to the building and indicated that up to 40% of the existing building could be demolished. After that PRC approval, and I should note that PRC approval came with vociferous objection by the Old Town Triangle Association, some neighbors, as well as Alderman Smith. Thereafter, a downzoning of the property was introduced. The site at the time of PRC approval was zoned B1-3, and a downzoning was introduced to reduce it down to a B1-1.5. Under that zoning classification, a viable project was not a possibility. And so the developer worked very closely with Alderman Smith's office, her staff, in coming up with what was perceived as a compromise plan, which is the plan that you see here today. The fundamental changes that were made as a result of that compromise plan were both to ensure that the setbacks at the rear, where the lot is the full length of the lot, would be 45 feet, where setbacks would be provided adjacent to our southern neighbor, which are required, but that those would be provided and that we would not seek relief for those. As well as the building materials for our addition would be in a more traditional materials and more traditional look than what had initially been approved by the PRC. One note that I'd like to do before I turn to my first witness is also, you might recall that last month this matter was continued over concerns about traffic in the alley that would be generated by this development. We continue to maintain that traffic in the alley is not a material or relevant issue for purposes of this variation request. However, CDOT did complete their analysis and review and study of the alley. I believe you have in the record, I know we submitted as one of our exhibits, a letter from CDOT indicating that the impact on traffic in this alley created by this development is negligible. So I just wanted the record to be clear on that issue. And with that, I'd like to turn over to my first witness, who's Mr. Adam Levy.
Great, Mr. Levy, when you're on, can you please state your name and address?
Adam Levy, offices at 640 North LaSalle, Chicago, Illinois, 60654.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Levy, you're a licensed architect in the state of Illinois and the project architect for this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you're familiar with the site and the surrounding neighborhood?
Yes.
And as I noted before, this development consists of 18 dwelling units spread across the 3 buildings, ground floor retail along the Wells Street frontage, and 16 parking spaces. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. The buildings are all within the Old Town Triangle Historic District. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
And the 2 northernmost buildings, 1816 and then the 1820 buildings, are orange rated buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And except for facade cleanup and the removal of the fire escape, no changes are proposed to the exteriors of those 2 buildings or portions of this development. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And furthermore, an addition is proposed to the existing 2-story coach house, which is at the rear, connecting it to the 1820 building. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And all of that is as of right and does not necessitate any zoning relief. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. The subject variation, as I noted, is that little pink square sort of to the bottom of our screen. That is a result of the irregular shape of the lot. Could you please describe this unique condition?
Since the lot is essentially an L-shaped lot and the setbacks profile the rear lot line, which in this case is the west lot line, you can see that by that red line, a 45-foot setback is included from the westernmost portion of the alley, and the 30-foot required setback is we're asking to be reduced to 16 or 19-foot 6, which would be commensurate with the 45-foot setback along the length of the whole alley, moving north from what you'd see as C line on this site plan.
Thank you. And the bulk of the property is 147 feet deep. Is that right?
That's correct.
And the portion sort of on the southern end where you see the jog in the property line, that property line is reduced down to 125 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that condition occurs not the entire length of the 1810 portion, but sort of mid-building. Is that right?
That is correct.
Right. And currently, as the building stands today, it is constructed lot line to lot line.
That is correct.
And this condition results, or is a result essentially of the public alley that jogs east-west before continuing south. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. So you did confirm that the remainder of the addition of 1810 and anything else that's happening here is set back 45 feet from the property line, which is 15 feet more than what is required under the zoning ordinance in this district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
We're also setting back the building from our southern property line in conformance with the requirements of the zoning ordinance, and that's a 5-foot setback on the south.
That is correct.
Okay. And then additionally, the building addition is set back in the front, in part required by the zoning ordinance, but doubled as a result of the PRC requirements. Is that correct?
That is correct. We're no more forward than the 1808 building to the south.
Right. So the second and third floors are set back approximately 16 feet. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And 8 would be required.
Correct. Actually, slightly less than that. But yes.
Okay. Right. And then we're set back an additional almost 10 feet at the uppermost floor. We're set back 25 feet from wells. Is that correct?
That is correct. And that upper level setback is intended to match the upper level setback of the neighboring building to the south.
Okay. So essentially we're providing, except where our building is our lot line is reduced, we're providing 15 additional feet in the rear. We're providing anywhere from 8 to 25 feet of additional setback in the front. So essentially the buildable area of the site, would you agree, is being reduced by those amounts?
Substantially.
Right. And that is not a condition that would be applicable to other similarly situated properties. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And the area of the variance, which is, I don't think I even got this from you, is approximately 10 feet by 10 feet. Is that right?
That's correct. It's 106 square feet per floor, second through the fourth floors.
Okay. So the square footage of the area that we're seeking a variance for doesn't make up for these additional setback requirements that are imposed on this project. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In your opinion, are the requested variations consistent with the stated purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance?
Yes.
And except for the relief sought, this project otherwise complies with all applicable standards of the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
That is correct.
In your professional opinion, will the requested variation impair an adequate supply of light and air to adjacent property, or substantially increase congestion in the public streets, or increase the danger of fire, or endanger the public safety, or substantially diminish or impair property values within the neighborhood?
No.
And final question for you, Mr. Levy, is we prepared, with your assistance, an affidavit and supporting materials that were submitted to this board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
If you were to further testify, would your testimony be consistent with those materials?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Mr. Levy, and I'd like to call Mr. Weiner, please.
Okay, great. Yep, Mr. Weiner, will you state your name and address? Mr. Weiner, you're muted. Oh, give it 1 second. He got pushed to attendees, so being re-promoted to panelist.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. Weiner, I see you've been promoted. You just got to unmute, and then if you could let us know your name and address.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yep.
Howard Weiner, 225 West Hubbard, Chicago, Illinois.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. I didn't know if you intended to turn on your camera, Howard, but we can't see you, just so you know.
I am happy to turn on my camera.
All right. Mr. Weiner, you are the managing member of the manager of the applicant New Leaf Acquisition LLC. Is that correct?
It is.
And you have over 35 years of experience as a real estate developer in the Chicago area. Is that also correct?
I do.
And you began meeting with Alderman Smith about this project back in the summer of 2019, almost 3 years ago. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And since then, you've had dozens of meetings with the alderman. Thank you, Alderman Smith, Commissioner Cox, the zoning administrator, the Historic Preservation Division, the Old Town Triangle Association, as well as individual members of OTTA, as well as neighbors. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And in fact, there have been no less than 3 neighborhood-wide community meetings and numerous smaller individual meetings about this project since you started.
That's right.
Okay. You initially proposed to demolish the 1810 portion, the 1810 building entirely. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But ultimately, based on feedback from the community and Alderman Smith, you modified the plans to preserve the 1810 ground floor facade and build an addition set back from Wells Street. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that proposal was ultimately unanimously approved by the Chicago Landmarks Commission Permit Review Committee. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And as noted by Mr. Levy too, the remaining 2 buildings or portions of this development, 1816 and 1820, will remain as orange rated contributing buildings and accordingly will not be modified. Is that correct?
That's correct. They'll be preserved and improved.
Right. And the facade of 1810, I think this is important to note, the facade, the existing facade of the 1810 building will be preserved. Is that correct?
That's right.
Okay. When you first became involved with this project, as well as at the time of PRC approval, the entire site was zoned B13. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that zoning classification would have actually allowed up to 47 units on the site, a 3.0 FAR and 65 feet of building height. Is that correct?
Yes.
So however, in mid-November of 2020, shortly after the PRC approval, as I noted in the introductory section, there was a downzoning introduced seeking to downzone this to a B1-1.5. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the 1.5 would have limited this project to 13 units and 38 feet in height and less square footage and floor area than what was viable. Is that correct?
Yes.
So that would not have been a financially feasible or viable project. Is that correct?
Correct.
So then you engaged in a several months long process of coming up with a compromise plan, which is ultimately the plan that is before the ZBA today. Is that correct?
Yes.
The Wells Street facade was redesigned to be more consistent with the historic character of the neighborhood from appearance and materiality standpoint. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
You also honored the 5-foot setback required on the south adjacent to the southern neighbor. You reduced the height of the proposed addition to be in line with the building to the north and agreed to maintain a 45-foot rear setback in the areas where the full lot depth was available. Is that correct?
Yes.
And as a result, Old Town Triangle Association, as well as Alderman Smith, supported this compromise plan, which then was also then approved by PRC as a modification to their earlier approval. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then therefore the downzoning was ultimately amended to a B22. And that is what the current zoning of the property is. Is that accurate?
Yep.
And the project as designed and presented here today conforms to the B22 zoning in all respects, except for that small area at the rear of the property where our property line is 125 feet versus the 147 feet, which is what the bulk of the property is. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And this proposed variation to reduce the rear yard setback from 30 feet to 19.5 feet is necessary to achieve the required square footage and bedroom count to offset the additional construction costs and setback requirements that are imposed on this project. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in fact, as I discussed with Mr. Levy, we have, additional front yard setback as well as rear yard setback that exceed what are required under the zoning and what exceeds requirements that would otherwise be imposed on property in the zoning classification. Is that correct?
Yes.
And those all add additional hardship to this project. Is that correct?
They do.
And in fact, if the variation is not granted, 3 of the 2-bedroom units in that 1810 development out of a total of 18, so this is a low density project, would have to be reduced to 1-bedroom units. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So could you briefly describe why strict compliance with the applicable rear setback standard would create practical difficulties or particular hardships for the property?
Sure. Given the historic nature of the existing buildings, the irregular lot shape, and the fact that we were adjusting the project to conform to existing setbacks on the south and then reducing the height, we were very limited in what we could do to recover some of the cost of making all the improvements we were to the existing historic buildings. And then losing the bedrooms going from 2-bedroom to 1-bedroom would have also had a further adverse economic impact.
So would the loss of the square footage in the bedrooms make the project unviable?
We don't think it would. In today's market, we're trying to maintain flexibility, particularly in a very rising cost environment. And to go from 2 bedrooms to 1 bedrooms could potentially impact our ability to perhaps do condominiums at a point in the future, because typically 1-bedroom condominiums aren't desirable. So while it doesn't seem like a large area, it has a profound impact, this 110 square feet on the overall project.
Right. In fact, you can't recoup that lost income or that lost square footage without making changes to the project that would then violate either the zoning ordinance or the PRC approval or the compromise that you've entered into or agreed to. Is that correct?
Exactly.
An additional factor here is that the construction construction costs, I apologize, for the preservation of historic buildings is higher than for new construction. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what would you estimate that additional cost in this project to be?
We think preserving the facades, taking down the fire escape, preserving the 1810, all of that, and the other buildings as well, making the necessary improvements could be as much as $1 million.
Okay. And this additional cost, you have to try to recoup that additional cost, right, to make the project financially viable and financeable. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the potential loss of, again, as noted, not just the square footage, but the bedroom count has a significant detrimental impact on the project's viability. How much would this loss reduce the value of the project?
The calculation we did is that we would probably lose close to $1 million in revenue or value if those 2 bedrooms went to 1 bedroom.
And you already noted that due to the uncertainty in the multifamily rental market, maintaining the option of potentially converting these to condominium units is an important component of the viability of this project. Is that correct?
It is.
Okay. Final question, Mr. Weiner. Based on the testimony that you've provided here and is submitted in the various application materials, can the project yield a reasonable return if the variation is not granted?
We don't believe it will.
And in fact, similar to Mr. Levy, in conjunction with the filing of this application and our findings of fact, we prepared with your assistance an affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes.
If you were to testify further, would your testimony be consistent with those materials?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing further, and that concludes our questions, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you. Any questions from the board at this point in time? Okay, so pursuant to the process we set out, let's move over to the objectors. And whoever wants to start on the objector side, I'll swear you in. And again, just as a reminder, you can both state your objection and ask questions of the applicant. So is there anyone in particular who wants to begin?
Can you hear me?
Yes, who's speaking?
This is Chris Lamort.
Great. Yeah, Chris, do you want to be first? I'll swear you in. Oh, Chris, you went on mute. You went on mute.
Okay, I'm Chris Lamort. I am a homeowner at 217 West Menominee, and I also own a unit at 200 West Menominee, which is next to this project and shares an alley with this project.
And really quick, do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the first thing I'd like to say is that this continuance was not granted. It was granted because there was something that was promised to us that did not come. And what was delivered to us, it's still, in terms of a traffic study, it's still debated whether that is actually a traffic study or some other sort of form that the traffic department puts out instead of a real traffic study. So that's the number one thing, but we're moving on with this. So we'd like to state our objections as that, first of all, this is the code is what it is. We all follow the code. They've already had many concessions from the neighborhood with regard to the scale of the project, with the down zoning of it. So now they're asking for yet more concessions from to move away from the outlined specifications that everyone follows. So in our last meeting, I believe that they said that this would not present any sort of hardship. They weren't going to change the scale of the project. Today, they're saying it will affect their ability to, the scale of the project. So that's something different than that they were saying before, or that I understood, at least what they were saying in our last meeting. So I can't see, based on what they said before, it doesn't look like they actually need this to make a difference in the financial viability of their project. It will, however, because I live in this area and I know that when you have extra square footage going up 3 stories where there is nothing now, we lose. First of all, it's a dangerous intersection because it's a blind alley where there are right angles and you have traffic coming both ways. This will only darken that alley, making it more dangerous. It will sort of impact our overall use and enjoyment of our own properties because it will create a darker atmosphere for us. Now we have more of a brick wall looming over us rather than a skyline. So I think we get no benefit. We bear a hardship by allowing this variance, whereas they just get benefit from it. There's no hardship from their point of view. They chose to develop in a historical area, and they should figure out how to make it viable. So that's what I'd like to say. That's it.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Lamort. And is there any part of that you wanted to direct as a question towards the applicant?
Yeah, I'd like to understand the square footage that you're saying that you can't create 2-bedroom apartments, or it will change the shape of the actual units that you're able to sell.
Yeah, I think there's a floor plan, I think, in these exhibits, and that might be the easiest way to show it. And then I don't know if Adam or Howard, you want to jump in and talk about, if you can go to even the 2nd floor, 3rd floor plan, and maybe zoom in if you could. This might be a good one. I don't know if you can zoom in at all. Howard, do you want to jump in and talk about the impact?
Yeah, I certainly am happy to. So, and unfortunately on my screen, it's rather small, but if you look at the very bottom of the screen, you see a unit that sort of runs north-south and east-west. We happen to be looking at the 2nd floor. So there's a terrace, and then to the right of that. In that unit, in the farthest right corner before you get to the next unit, which is represented by a up and down black wall, there is a bedroom. We would lose that bedroom in the event that the variance wasn't granted. And that in turn would make this unit into a 1-bedroom instead of a 2-bedroom. And that would, we know would have a profound impact on the economics of this project. We have made just a very large number of concessions. I think the gentleman said that we have had concessions, and we haven't had concessions. What we've had are constraints that we worked really hard with the neighborhood, the Department of Planning, and landmarks to say, how can we come up with something that works within those constraints in terms of not being able to add additional height, not being able to bring the building forward, any of the things that would be conventionally done. And we were happy to do it because we love these buildings. We love their appearance. We want to make sure that this project has a lot of curb appeal, and we like the history of the buildings.
Okay, great. Let's go to hand raise, Miss, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing people's names, but Miss Boggy.
Hi.
Hi, can you just state your name and address and I'll swear you in?
My name is Susan Bogey and I'm at 200 West Menominee Street.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Okay, go right ahead.
Okay, I have some slides that I would appreciate if somebody could forward them. You could put them on the screen.
So were they submitted ahead of the hearing?
Yes, they were, and I spoke with Victor, and he said that they would be there for the day. And the person, there we go. That's
Those
it.
looks familiar. Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, as I mentioned, my name is Susan Bogey, and I'm the president of Williamsburg Gardens Homeowners Association, which is the next building but one to 1810 North Wells. And I'm also a member of the Lincoln Alley Neighbors. You know, I'm not a lawyer. I'm not a developer. I'm not a politician. I'm just a neighbor. So please forgive me if I don't have, you know, all the correct words to use or know all of the procedures. In 1984, the Old Town Triangle was recognized as an historic district and placed on the National Registry of Historic Places. I'd like to show you what my neighborhood looks like. Could you advance the slide, please? Okay, this slide shows this is Menominee Street, and this is the entrance, and you can see the plaque up there that introduces our neighborhood. And it is a beautiful, walkable, friendly neighborhood. Could you switch this next slide, please? And this is just to give more of an idea. You can see the greenery, the open space, the sky. It's a beautiful historic neighborhood. Next slide, please. I'd like to address the issue with the Chicago zoning variance. You know, looking it up, it said that no variance shall be granted unless the applicant demonstrates an exceptional hardship would result if the variance were not granted, and there will be no additional threat to public health or safety, nor the creation of a nuisance if the variation is granted. So taking a look at the question, has the developer demonstrated undue hardship? In my opinion, no, there is no undue hardship. During the meeting in March, the developer's representative said the setback reduction doesn't impact the number of units or the parking. In today's meeting, they're saying, well, what it does is reduce the number of bedrooms the individual units will have. I'm not sure that that really tells us that the developer needs the setback versus wanting the setback. It doesn't seem like there is any present or practical difficulty or undue hardship without the waiver. It seems purely to maximize his profits at the expense of the existing neighbors, which in our opinion does not make it a hardship. So will the variance be a threat to public safety and represent a nuisance if granted? In our opinion, the answer is yes. It's an irreversible change to a historically significant neighborhood with landmark status. It turns a single-story garage into a darkened 4-story brick wall looming over neighbors in the alleyway. It obstructs views over our neighborhood. We also feel that there will be a negative impact on nearby neighborhood real estate values. In summary, the zoning requirements as written do not prevent the developer from using the property in a particular manner. A multi-story building can still be built. There is no hardship that we see necessitating a setback variance. Zoning standards should apply equally to all properties. A variance is not a free pass from regulations or a tool to subvert the zoning ordinances for personal gain. It's not enough for an applicant to say hardship because of inconvenience or preference for a more lenient standard. Could I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Okay, this is for visibility. We do feel that there is obstructed visibility from Menominee Street and Crilly Court. This is looking down Crilly Court. Menominee is the street that goes to the left and the right on this one. And the addition of the building is going to be very visible from the street. This street is the gateway. Menominee is the gateway to the Old Town Triangle. And we feel that that will diminish the historic appearance of the neighborhood and by being even more obstructive. Could I have the next slide, please? The proposed waiver would darken the skyscape. The skyscape is just a section or portion of the sky, usually extensive and often including part of the horizon that may be seen from a single viewpoint. Granting the waiver, and I know it looks like a small area, but it would further darken a blind alleyway, creating additional hazard for cars and pedestrian traffic. Next slide, please. Okay, the traffic study has been mentioned earlier in this presentation. The report that came back, it's not a traffic study. It's an alley operation evaluation. This is a one-page subjective report. It is absolutely not what passes as a traffic study. A traffic study, like the one that was done for 1840 North Clark Street, was 137 pages long, and it has charts and dates and numbers to show what's going on in the neighborhood. It was our understanding from the March ZBA meeting, and also as requested in the fall meetings, that a professional, objective, comprehensive traffic study of the neighborhood, not just the alley, would be completed. This is not a traffic study. The date and the time of the study weren't mentioned. The methodologies and instrumentation used were not listed. It's very, very subjective. We would like to see the objective study with dates, times, number of cars that we were promised. I've lived here on Menominee for over 40 years. The pocket park adjacent to my property that I showed in the initial slide was created to eliminate the through street, to minimize car traffic in the neighborhood and maximize pedestrian traffic. Spring, summer, fall, we're a walking neighborhood. Neighbors head over to the Green City Market. Folks go to Lincoln Park to walk their dogs. They head to North Avenue Beach. There are numerous bike riders. There are even bike tours throughout our historic neighborhood. The grounds for granting a waiver of zoning requirements talk about threat to public health and safety. We need a proper traffic study to objectively evaluate this threat. Could I have the next slide, please? The developer has already received many significant concessions from the city for this project, including downzoning and decommissioning an historic building. The developer has been allowed to change the parking area entrance and exit from Wells Street to an alley off of Menominee and Lincoln Park West. This alley is inside a neighborhood with many families with children, creating a significant safety risk. The alderman is ignoring the voices of the neighborhood and has not responded to repeated requests since last fall to meet neighbors and walk the alley with us. The developer's interest shouldn't be prioritized over tax-paying residents. The developer has not shown, in our opinion, an undue hardship that would warrant a setback waiver. Please hear the voices of the neighborhood and deny the setback waiver. Thank you.
And thank you for that, Ms. Bogie. And do you have any questions for the applicant?
I do not at this time.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And I just want to make one clarification. I don't even know if it was intended to come out that way, but we as ZBA, we don't promise a traffic study. We never promised a traffic study. We just gave a continuation because we heard from both sides that they were waiting for a traffic study from CDOT. So with that, who is next? We've got a couple more people on. I see a Kathy Roche, a Rashid Dingra, and a Diane Gonzalez. Just want to make sure everyone gets on.
This is Kathy.
Oh yeah, Kathy, go ahead.
Yes, hi. Thank you very much for allowing me to talk. So I live directly behind the 1810 building.
Okay, and really quick, just so I can get you sworn in,
Oh,
can you
yes.
actually give your address?
Yes, 1817 North Lincoln Park West.
Okay, great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
And remind us, just for the transcript of your full name.
Catherine Roche.
Great, thank you very much.
Yes. So, the one thing I wanted to bring up is that, and by the way, I understand how the developer feels about trying to recoup a loss because I originally purchased our home in a landmark neighborhood. And in other words, I had a landmark buildings directly behind me. So now I have a 4-story apartment building that will be looking out at. The other thing is that there is a real problem in this alley, and I think there's been a lot of focus on it. And that's why we were trying to get our alderman. Let me back up. We were trying to get focus on where the 90-degree bend is in the alley. It's about 70 feet away from the pedestrian walkway for our neighborhood. It is a 90-degree angle bend, and then there's another curve. And so there are blind spots around each corner. And that's exactly where the variance request is being asked for. And, if granted, it makes a 3-story addition more dense. And it also moves that building closer to that alley, that very, very dangerous alleyway. Also, the developer, it will be adding a garage door there for a multi-car parking garage.
This meeting.
We cannot figure out how how people are going to move through the neighborhood, how pedestrians are going to move through the neighborhood, how we're going to keep pedestrians safe. And so, this is the very reason why a 30-foot setback zoning law exists. And that is so that dense development can't negatively impact the public safety. So I ask that you, the zoning committee, apply the law as it is intended, which is to protect the public safety from dense, unsafe development. And I ask that you apply the law equally to all applicants and properties. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And again, just to go through our full process, do you have any questions you want to ask of the applicant?
Just how I can recoup income on the loss of value on my home. But
okay,
no, I
so
don't have any other
that
questions.
unfortunately isn't is I think something that the applicant can answer.
I understand. I know, but we all are incurring losses here. So I got it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I see a Rashid Dingra with their hand up. Or whoever wants to speak. I was just going with hand up. I hear someone's voice, but I can't identify who it is.
Yeah, this is Ratchet Dingra. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yeah, Ratchet, will you state your name and address, please?
Yeah, sure. My name is Ratchet Dingra, and I'm at 1808 North Wells Street, Chicago, Illinois.
Okay, and do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yeah, yes, I do.
Thank you. Go right ahead.
Okay, so I am at 1808 North Wells. So I am the south neighbor to 1810, where the 3-story is being constructed. So I think if at all, the maximum impact is going to be on my property. I mean, first off, you know, if you guys can pull the slides up that were up there, which were showing the 3-dimensional renderings there. Yeah, that one. Let me just blow it up 1 second. Okay, so I'm at 1808 North Wells Street, and basically by this addition of the 3 floors adjacent to me, north of me, there are going to be 3 windows that are going to be looking into our courtyard. That's one problem. There's going to be obstruction of light. That's another problem. Then also, if you look at the neighborhood, you see the building to the north of 1810, the 2 buildings. Their setbacks are, you know, they're set back way back, just like our building is. This is the only building that is sticking out with more west and is going 3 floors up, while the buildings north to it are 2 floors and 1 floor, or 2 floors, I believe. And this one will be going up 4 floors. So basically, it doesn't comply. I mean, I think Susan and the other people have mentioned a lot of issues related with this, and I'm just going to echo what they said, but it just does not jive with the rest of the neighborhood. It's a building right in the middle, which is sticking out 3 floors. The other buildings on the north have a courtyard right in the center, and basically they allow, you know, access. They can do the somewhat similar concept there by not giving the variance. They can allow, you know, a courtyard or some sort of a, you know, gathering area, and that could be done instead of creating extra space for a bedroom. And then the one thing I'm not understanding is Mr. Harvard said that he's spending $1 million on basically, you know, doing preservation. If you look at the front facade that he's generating, that's identical to the facade right now. So I don't see any hardship or any additional dollars going in preserving the front, you know, wall that exists now to, you know, what he's going to be doing. There's $1 million seems totally absurd. I'm actually in construction myself, so I find that very absurd that he's going to spend $1 million to preserve that. And also, you know, when I bought this house 20 years ago, like everyone else said, I had to comply with Chicago landmarks, and the buildings north of me, which included this building, were considered Chicago landmarks. And out of the blue, the building on the south is not landmarked, the building on the north is not landmarked, but I'm sorry, the building on the north is landmarked, the building on the south is landmarked, but this garage is no longer a landmark building. It sounds very odd to me. So long story short, I feel that if you give the variance, that's going to make the project economically viable for Mr. Harvard. That's what he's trying to do. But he also said that if he doesn't get it, it's still viable. So that would be my second question. Which one is it? Is the project viable without the expansion, or is it not viable without the expansion? And then where is he spending $1 million to preserve this? Because the facade looks identical to what the existing facade is, if you can pull up the picture of the existing facade. And I don't think there's a whole lot of preservation to be done there.
And Ratchet, would you like to turn any of those points around as questions for the applicant?
Yeah. So the two questions would be, one is, where is the $1 million going? Because I think preserving the historic look of the building, he says he's spending $1 million. I don't understand where the money is going. And then the second thing is, I forgot my second point that I just made, which was, he mentioned that if he does not get the zoning, the project is still viable. That's what I think he mentioned in his comment. But the other person that was speaking on behalf of the project, she said that it's an economic hardship. So I'm confused whether the project is viable without the variance or is not viable without the variance.
Katrina, you want me to respond?
Yeah, why don't you
exactly.
address the, right.
Okay.
So to clarify
All right.
first, just for the record first, you did not say that it would be viable without the variation. In fact, you said the contrary, correct?
I know. I did not say that.
Okay.
So I'm not going to address the hardship issue. It is a hardship. It affects our ability to market the property and the demand for units any more than, you want to build what you think the market is going to respond to. And quite frankly, developers do want to remain flexible. We're not trying to add units. We're trying to make sure that we respond to market needs. So I'm responding in reverse to Mr. Ratchet's questions. Regarding the economics and how we're going to spend $1 million, I don't know. I think anybody who has ever rehabbed a landmark building knows that the purpose of the expenditure is to basically create what was built 100 or 120 years ago and match it as closely as possible, which makes the economics of historic landmarks really off kilter, because you do spend, instead of buying a window for $500, you buy a window for $3,000. And that's just an example. But so our dollars are in preserving, as an example, the facade of the 1810 building. We're going to be putting this addition up, but we agreed we would leave that facade intact, which means we have to shore it, we have to protect it, and we're going to be building a 3-story building behind it. Very expensive. It also means that the building that we build, the addition that we put on, needs to be done in such a way as to not affect 100-year-old brick walls that aren't even seen by anybody. Again, it adds to the cost. The storefront, and we'll work with Landmarks on it, we're waiting for their feedback, but the basic activity there will be, we will have to remove exactly what you see and do a good job of replacing exactly what you see, but do it in a way that it's not going to deteriorate over time and things like that. All of these contribute to the cost of rehabbing historic buildings. And that's the end of my response to those two questions.
Okay,
so my question is, are you actually gonna take the bricks out from the front and then redo it, or you're just gonna go ahead and keep the facade the way it is? Because I don't see any problems, any difference between the existing facade of the garage and your rendering. So I understand that you're adding floors on the building, but that's part of your project cost. But as far as the front facade is concerned, are you planning to remove everything and redo it, or you're just going to leave it intact and preserve it?
It requires some repair, but because
I mean, there is no repair there. I live right next to it. There is not much repair to be done. I actually, when I bought my place, we preserved the bricks in the front of the house too, and we had to go and locate the bricks. But to your point, a $500 window does not cost $3,000. That is not the case, because according to yourself, you mentioned that this is no longer a Chicago landmark building, So what are you preserving? So I'm going to leave it at that because there'd be back and forth on that. But the bottom line is, I think you're basically trying to create an argument to get the variance to capitalize on the project, and you're taking away from the overarching neighborhood that exists, which Susan pointed out to, and the objections that the neighborhood has had, and basically try to put a really big building in a quaint neighborhood with Old Town Historic District, which she pointed out starts next to us. So I guess my point is, if they don't get the variance, if they still want to do the project, they can. But I'm not sure if that project will move forward if you don't give the variance. So I think it helps all the neighborhoods out. So it is beyond just, I know you guys are basically variance and zoning department, but this has a broader impact on the overall feel, the safety, the visibility, the light, and all aspects that everyone else mentioned too. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, thank you. So I think with that, I want to say we have one or two additional objectors. Do we have, yep, Diane Gonzalez, I see your hand raised. So if you could just state your name and address and I'll swear you in.
Diane Gonzalez, 218 West Menominee Street.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, go right ahead, ma'am.
Okay, I would like to say that my neighbors have spoken so eloquently and it's so late in the evening, I will make my comments about 4 sentences worth. But I too find this 10-foot by 3-story tall variance unnecessary. It doesn't seem to be a real burden or a hindrance to the developer when he said last month that the project could continue. And today the bedrooms are smaller, which I understand would reduce some profits. But it seems like this is still a pretty mammoth project with 18 units in our historic neighborhood. The second point that I'd like to make is someone who's lived here 48 years. I feel very well equipped to speak on the history of this alley, since we have been in this alley forever, coming and going, and it hasn't been easy. It's a pitchfork shape. It's very tricky, and it's a vintage alley. It's actually charming if you don't have to drive and get somewhere in a hurry. But to think that these cars can come in and out, and the hardship, I would like to almost flip it. The hardship is on us rather than on the developer. And I know we're not focusing on traffic today, but it's very difficult for me to believe. It's startling to think that you'll lose $1 million more, which you might be totally ahead of me on that. I'm not a business person, but it doesn't seem realistic to me that this should be considered a hardship. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. I just want to make sure we're not missing anybody. Is anybody else on to object? If not, we'll turn to rebuttal.
I just have one more point I wanted to make about the light.
Who's speaking?
This is Ratchet Dingra.
Okay, Ratchet. Yep. So you went through your turn, so I'm going to give you the opportunity to make an objection, so long as it's not repetitive.
No, it's just about the light, basically.
Okay.
It's going to impact light. I just want to make sure that point was noted.
Okay, yep. It's noted. Is anyone else who hasn't made an objection yet on to do so? Okay, we're going to turn back, sticking with our process, we're going to turn back to the applicant. The applicant has the opportunity to give a rebuttal, as well as then do a closing. Between rebuttal and the closing, I want the board to have the opportunity to ask questions, as well as for us all to hear from the alderman's office. So with that, Counselor, you can go ahead with rebuttal.
Thank you. If we could go back, let's address Mr. Dingra's comments first, if we could. So I think there's a helpful rendering sort of from the rear that shows the condition, and I think the location. Hold on, keep going. Okay, stop right there. Thank you. So I think this gives a good vantage point of the impact or the alleged impact. So first off, I think just sort of baseline for the rebuttal is the fact that there's a 3-story addition, the fact that there's going to be 18 units, or the fact that we're going to use the alley has absolutely nothing to do with the variation request here today. The variation is not to reduce parking. It's not to increase units. And in fact, but for, again, this jog and this portion that were of the 10 by 10 foot portion of the variance, in all other respects, we conform. Mr. Dingra spoke about the windows that might be facing him. First off, his property has windows on the property line. His building is on the property line and has windows on the property line. Our proposed project honors the 5-foot required setback. And all of the windows that are proposed on that side are outside the scope of this variation request. So even if the variation were not granted, those windows could still be there. This
And would still be there, Katrina.
And would still be there. My point is that has nothing to do with the request here today. As far as light, I can elicit some testimony from Mr. Levy as to addressing that, and I will in a moment. A couple other sort of general rebuttal comments where I don't think we need some rebuttal testimony, but I think merit mentioning. Again, this alley condition that keeps coming back. Again, we continue to maintain that is not relevant to the ask here today. That alley condition exists. It is not something that we've created. 1810 currently is on the lot line. It follows the lot line. The addition that is being proposed has nothing to do with the alley. We don't exacerbate the condition of the alley in any way. By adding 16 cars into a public alley is, as CDOT noted, negligible. Traffic studies for projects that are much more intense. For example, the city will not require a traffic study unless you're looking at 100 units, just for the record. But CDOT did look at this at the request of Alderman Smith and concluded conclusively that there was a negligible impact in traffic. This is where cars belong. They belong in the alley. Again, this project does not exacerbate that condition, and it certainly did not create it. To assert that the developer has received concessions along the way, I can't even have Howard respond to, because we've been at this for 3 years and nothing feels like a concession here. To assert that a downzoning is a concession is, just not credible. While we ultimately got to a compromise zoning of a -2, that's still heavily impacted and devalued the property and the density that was ultimately available or could perhaps be put in there in the future. We certainly appreciate working through those issues and having a compromise plan, but there have been no concessions granted here. Wanted to note something else on the hardship factor. Those are legal standards that are set forth in the ordinance. This, I said this a long time ago when we were talking about this project to Howard, and we were talking because nobody wants to come to the Zoning Board of Appeals knowing that there's going to be objectors who have been unhappy with this project from the very first moment and have fought at the landmark level and see this as another opportunity to try to kill the project. I think it's pretty clear that it has very little to do with variation request than it does with their overall dissatisfaction and unhappiness with the fact that the Landmarks Commission made a decision that they did not agree with, and that we are otherwise conforming to the zoning ordinance. But hardship is a legal standard, and I think that this is in so many ways a poster child for a variation case, right? We have so many unique conditions, particular hardships that do not apply to other similarly situated property. And so with that, Adam, do you want to just address that one point that Mr. Dinger made as to the light?
Correct. And also, I'd like to mention across the street, across Wells Street, it's a 13-story building directly east of our property. That building casts shadow over the top of this building, which impacts in no uncertain terms light on this alley. Also, very interesting in the photos that were shown of the alley looking north. It showed a high-rise building behind it, which is far forward from presenting that light and air and seeing blue sky than our building. If you notice, the back of this building is literally at the front side of the detached garage of Mr. Dinger's property. If you look at those photos, our building is captured by that high-rise building in the background. So you're literally not losing any blue sky anywhere on this, from this alley. And again, the sun is coming directly from the east at a very low angle at that time, even in the summer, that would cast no shadow, no additional shadow on the buildings across the way. And I also like to point out that concessions were made to move this building back to match the front of Mr. Dinger's building, which also makes this a viable hardship. The amount of bedrooms, and we are nowhere near fulfilling the FAR or the MLA for this site, meaning we could build several more units on this property because of its size, and the density is very low, considering what we could build.
Okay. Any questions from the board? Okay, we've got a lot of information on this. I want to now go to the Alderman's office. So Alderman Smith or Taylor, if you're on, let us know.
No. Thank you. It's Alderman Smith. I'm in here, Chairman.
Great, thank you.
Knudsen,
And
do you
the
see me?
Alderman has been sworn in from a previous matter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I want to start by thanking the neighbors for coming out and showing their passion, continued passion for Old Town, which I share. This project is the outcome of an indescribably painful process in which I fought the developer, the Landmarks Commission, the hierarchy at City Hall, and our neighbors fought alongside us, even though sometimes it felt like we were fighting each other. Unfortunately, I mean, and we were bested in part by a savvy developer who did a lot of homework and made it very difficult for us to win. Many people on this commission might be familiar with this site. This is the old, in part, this is a new leaf. The new leaf, it's the new leaf, which was a florist that turned into a banquet venue, maybe been into weddings here. And in addition, next to it was an apartment building and another green store. And then a garage that, you know, is historic and certainly in our minds, and was used literally as a garage for car repairs with entrances at both the front and the back for decades, and before that a horse stable. So the saga began when we learned that Mr. Winter had obtained essentially a ruling from the Landmarks Commission that one of these buildings was non-contributing, which this project has shocked us, and in fact yielded one benefit, which is the entire Old Town Landmark District is now being reevaluated by the neighbors to make sure that this never happens again, that we never lose a building that we believe to be a contributing building to the Landmark District, and then we find out, oh no, it's not. And that has been an incredible experience that is being worked on by some of the people who have objected here today. So this is a crushing loss, and also the current I guess mentality of the Landmarks Commission is that they kind of favor making a big distinction between an older building and the addition and a new change to it. Because once the building was found to be non-contributing, it meant that it could be substantially altered. This led to a knockdown, drag-out fight among everybody to try to resolve the situation. And in fact, I appeared before the Landmark Commission twice to fight some of the things that Mr. Weiner was doing. We fought against it being declared non-contributing, and we fought again against a earlier version of this building that was larger and very modern. Because, as Susan said, Susan Biden, this is the gateway to the Old Town Triangle. And we want, there was never a building that was granted that you could see. You know, all the additions in Old Town are hidden from the street. But this is what the ruling was. And so after an awful lot of effort on my part to try to put the genie back in the bottle, we worked hard and came up with a compromise. And I would say Mr. Wiener was perfectly amenable to a compromise that changed the facade of the building so that it would be less intrusive. And so that is really where we are today. This current design is the result of a very hard-fought compromise among everybody involved. And I mean me, the city, the neighbors, and ultimately the Old Town Triangle Association has signed on to the compromise. This variance for this corner of the lot is part of the compromise. And that is why we have given a letter of support, not just a letter of non-opposition, because without this compromise, our neighborhood would be, frankly, in a much worse position. We would have Mr. Wiener could have built a larger, in fact, the setback, the way that building is seated on the site now, originally was going to come out almost entirely over the existing one-story building in 1810, would have been much closer to the neighbors. And as part of the compromise, we willed it down so that it is really far less intrusive, if at all, to the immediate neighbors. So, you know, sometimes in life, we can't get everything we want. And I'm speaking this plainly because it was a very, very difficult effort with everybody on this call. And we came to a conclusion that we could all live with. And so that is why we are supporting this. And because sometimes that's what you have to do. So with that, that is really all I have to say. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Alderman Smith, for coming on today and this late matter. Are there any questions for the Alderman?
No, thank you for summarizing it. You definitely put it all together for me. Thank you.
Okay, then I'm going to move back. Council, again, you have the option to do a short closing. You do not need to, but sticking with process, I let you know you could have that if you want. So go right ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Late hour, I think you've heard everything you needed to hear. We certainly appreciate the board's consideration and would respectfully request approval of it.
Okay, thank you. So we've gone through our process as outlined. I just want to thank everyone for their time, for staying this late. We're going to take this under consideration, but also for, I know it's been a long journey, so for being respectful in the communication both ways. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And with that, we're going to move on. Thank you. We're going to move on to our last matter of the night, and that's calendar number 92-22-Z. So, Councilor Acosta, let us know when you're ready. In the meantime, if there's any, I know we have Laura Martin here for 92-22-Z. I'll promote Laura. If anyone else is here to object to this matter, just raise your hand. We'll get you promoted.
Chairman, I already bought them in.
Great. Okay. Perfect. And just to make sure I have the identities of everyone right, Laura, am I correct that you're here to object?
Yes, sorry, I'm here to object.
Okay, great. And how about Jerry Heyman is here with the applicant, is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, perfect. All right, Rolando, go right ahead.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Rolando Acosta, here on behalf of the applicant. I have here with me today, or at least I hope I have here with me today, Dr. Jonah Rubin, the applicant, owner of the property, and Jerry Heyman, the architect for the project. This matter involves a contributing structure within a historic district, City of Chicago Historic District, the Terracotta Row District, as you can see on the screen. The property contains three structures today. The main house, which has the address of 1054 West Oakdale, a coach house, which has the 2943 address of North Seminary, and then a garage that is immediately east of the coach house. The property has been the subject of rather lengthy review with the City of Chicago's Department of Landmarks, because this is a landmark structure, so it had to go through the landmarks process and be reviewed by the PRC. The hardship in this case is that we have existing structures. Because this is a corner lot, the side wall, particularly the seminary wall, is of import, as well as the eastern wall. So the limits here of construction were always to the north or rear of the property because of the landmark structure and the limitations imposed on that. So the existing structures and their locations and the limitations on landmarks have led us to any modifications that are going to be made or any additions that are being proposed having to be done to the rear or north of the existing building. The reason we are here with you today is because there are two modifications being proposed for this property, one of which has triggered the setback variation that is being requested. And that setback has then, by consequence, triggered a side setback. There's a two-story addition to the rear of the house that would give the house greater living space within it. That is within the required setbacks. But then there is a one-story addition that connects the house to a new garage that would replace the existing garage. And that one-story addition protrudes into the rear yard as it goes between the house and the garage. That addition contains a large closet as well as a passageway from the garage to the home. The garage would then be adjacent to the coach house, and as a result, all the buildings would become attached, something that they were not before, and something by them being detached that actually violated a totally different provision of the zoning ordinance. So we have requested a rear yard setback variation. I want to note that while the variation is read as if it does change the rear setback from the approximately 36 and some change feet rear setback that is required to a virtual 0.58 feet, which is equivalent to 7 inches. That's because the setback has been measured to the rear wall or the north wall of the existing coach house. It's not because we're building new construction within 7 inches of the property line, but because the setback was determined using the coach house, which sits 7 inches from the alley property line, rear property line, or north property line, however you want to look at it. The connection here is actually 25 feet approximately from the rear property line. Similarly, because we have requested a rear yard variation, if that were granted, that places the garage, the new garage, in the actual side setback. That has triggered then a side setback variation that has been measured to the side of the garage, which is approximately 2 inches from the property line. The connection that I previously referred to is actually complies with the side setback, as it is located more than 5 feet, actually almost 7 feet from the eastern property line. So there's a little bit of confusion because of the nomenclature. And I've gone through this to some length with Mrs. Martin because she was also confused by it. But in short, the proposed connection is set back almost 7 feet from the property line. An approximate 5-foot setback is required. So we have the required dimension there. And we are 25 feet from the rear property line between the connection and the rear property line, of course, is the garage and coach house. That is the basis for the hardship. And I would like to turn to Dr. Jonah Rubin, who's the applicant here, to go through some basic testimony and then proceed with the architect.
Yep, and Rolando, before we do so, I just want to make a few notes. So we'll be doing, everyone's used to it at this point, but our objector process. So after we get the applicant on, we'll go to Miss Laura Martin as well as a Giselle Retain. And they'll have the opportunity to object as well as ask questions of the applicant. Then we'll turn back to you for rebuttal and a closing. We'll ask questions the whole time. I see Alderman Tunney is on, so I do just want to ask him whether he'd like to speak at the front end or the back end. So Alderman, if you unmute, let us know.
I'll speak on the back end. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Alderman. And with that, Rolando, go right ahead with Mr. Rubin.
Dr. Rubin, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Sure. Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right.
Can you state your name and address for the record, please?
So Jonah Rubin, 1054 West Oakdale, Chicago, Illinois, 60657.
I'll let the chairman swear you in.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Thank you.
And you purchased this property approximately February of last year. Is that correct?
Actually going back at December 2020.
Okay, so December 2020, I stand corrected. And you intended to be the home for you and your family?
Yes, correct.
And the existing structures that we see in the photograph on the screen were there when you purchased this property at their existing location?
Yes.
And having purchased the property, you embarked on a process of contacting various members of the community to discuss your proposed plans for the home?
Correct, yes.
And you were planning on building an addition to the rear of the home or other places perhaps as it initially started. So you called on the alderman's office to seek his counsel on this?
Correct.
And he directed you to the Central Lakeview neighbors as a forum for discussion on this project?
Yes, correct, to present to the neighborhood.
You also contacted the landmark staff of the city of Chicago as the property is a landmark.
Yes, we've been working with them for since we purchased the property.
And you also spoke with the zoning administrator with respect to what the zoning parameters would be here and what you could do.
Yes, we have spoken with Administrator Murphy as well.
Thank you. And what we see today is really, I think, the third iteration of your proposed plans as you went through the process and responded to comments.
Yes.
So, and your initial plans were reduced as comments were put forth by any of the various parties, the neighborhood, landmark staff, and the alderman's office and Patrick Murphy.
Yes, correct, as well as our neighbors to the east.
So you had a much larger addition proposed initially, much more extensive construction, much more relief. Is that correct?
Yes, correct, we did.
And you ended up being limited to what we see today.
Correct.
And among the limiting factors is because of the landmark status, you can't really add to the south side or front of your home.
No, we can. We're only restoring.
Yeah, so you can't add there. You can add to the west, which would be the side yard or seminary. Is that correct?
Correct.
You can't really go further into the east, either because of landmarks or the side yard requirements.
Correct.
So you were left with only adding to the north or rear of the property.
Yes, correct.
And you're trying to create suitable spaces within the envelope for your family, to accommodate your family.
Yes, correct.
Including, you actually had to, because of landmarks, or at least it was suggested and you accommodated, reducing a small addition on the front of the second floor and returning it to an open deck or open porch.
Yes, correct. We have done that as well.
So that impacted a bathroom that is currently located there that then had to be added to the equation.
Yes, to a different part of the house.
You're also trying to accommodate access to this property from the grandparents of your children, your parents, your wife's parents, who have mobility issues and are frequent visitors to the property.
Yes, correct.
That's among the reasons you have an elevator and also seek to have a path between the garage and the home that they can
Yes,
use.
correct. Correct.
The house also currently has very limited closet space, and that presented a problem.
Yes.
So part of this one-story addition that is the primary subject of today's variation adds a closet to the rear of the property.
Yes, correct.
And all of these, if you weren't able to build this would represent for you a hardship in terms of having a suitable home for your family.
Yes.
I think I would like to turn, you also, one last thing. You previously, I prepared a summary of your testimony in the form of an affidavit, and you've reviewed that affidavit. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
If you were to continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with your statements in that affidavit?
Yes, it would be consistent.
Thank you, sir. If I could turn to Jerry Heyman. Jerry, you on?
Hey, Jerry, you're muted, but when you unmute, please just state your name and address.
Yes, now I'm unmuted.
Great. Can you state your name and address, please?
Jerry Heyman, 1119 West Montana Street, Chicago, 60614.
Thank you. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Great, thank you.
Jerry, you are the architect for the project, is that correct?
Correct.
You're familiar with the zoning ordinance provisions applicable to this project?
Yes.
You're also familiar with the building code provisions applicable to this project?
Yes.
And you've also become familiar with the landmark restrictions that are imposed on this project?
For about 18 months, I've been studying the project.
Thank you. And the existing house is actually, from its front setback provision, it's actually set back more than what would be required by the zoning ordinance. Is that correct?
Quite a bit more, and more than almost any on Oakdale.
So the house is approximately 19, almost 20 feet back from the Oakdale property line. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the requirement would be, just to use the stated one rather than the average, 15-foot setback.
Right.
So there's actually 4 feet, slightly over 4 feet, that would be available there, but you can't build on it because of the landmark. Is that correct?
Right. And because of the shape of the footprint of the house, the other parts of the house are quite a bit more than 20 feet back from the property line.
But you can't change that front facade to expand.
Cannot. And we've actually been removing some of the front of the house to restore the original open front porch at the second floor level. So we lost.
Go ahead. We lost a bathroom in that process, right?
On the second floor, yes.
Similarly, on the west side of the house, we have significantly more than the required setback at almost 18 feet.
Correct.
But we also cannot expand in that direction because of the landmark status.
Correct.
In addition to the east of the house, we actually have a little bit of room between what's planned today, or the line of the house, and the required 5-foot setback to the east. Right. Is that correct?
Correct. We're actually a bit what we would normally be allowed to build there.
But we can't expand in that direction because of the landmark status of the home.
Correct.
In addition, the Landmark Commission, or landmark staff, and then Landmark Commission required a 15-foot separation between the existing house, the existing coach house, and the existing home. Is that correct?
15 feet between the existing coach house and the new addition.
In the new addition, that's correct. Thank you for correcting me. So that left you with only one location to build additional space beyond the new addition.
Correct. It's 13 feet 11 inches wide, the addition across the back of the existing house, and that's all. Plus,
and then you could do the one-story connection at the east end to the garage, because that's more than 15 feet away from kind of where the coach house is located.
And we came up with that solution after many iterations and discussions with the Landmark Commission.
And even with all of these additions, in terms of related to the FAR that's allowed on this property, you're still underbuilding the property. In other words, you could build more pursuant to
Correct.
the FAR.
Correct.
And without this required variation, there would be difficulties in designing suitable interior spaces for this property,
Correct.
including closet space, which would you say that is at a shortage today?
The existing house has almost no closet space on the main floor. And the bedroom level has little tiny closets. And possibly small stairway and an impossibly small bathrooms.
In fact, on the first floor today, there's only a small guest closet. That's it. That's
Right.
the only space. And if you did not receive this variation, you would have difficulties because you'd have to add more space into the building, which would detract from the other rooms in the house.
Right. Correct.
And all of your proposed modifications, all of the proposed modifications here would be compliant with the Chicago Building Code,
Yes.
including the required separation for light and air
Yes.
and fire separations.
Yes.
And the garage has the required setback in terms of the garage doors from the center of the alley, the 2
Correct.
feet.
Correct. The new garage does. The existing coach house is where it is. The new garage, we're setting back the full required amount.
Correct. And then to the east of the garage, there's a space that has been created on the plans to allow for the garbage bins to be off alley.
One of very few houses on the block that actually provides space on the owner's property for the garbage containers. And we have more than sufficient amount.
And there's a significant amount of open space that still remains on this lot. Is that not true?
More than 62% of the space of the existing lot remains undeveloped.
And how does that compare with, at least you're obviously, how long have you been a practicing architect in Chicago?
48 years, since 1974.
So you're familiar with many other buildings in Chicago.
I've lived in Chicago all my life. I live 1 mile from this project.
And would you say that the proposed addition is consistent with the nature of this general area?
I think it's far more open, actually, but certainly consistent with the feeling of the community. Many properties in the city leave less than 10% of the lot size developed. 20%, 25% is maybe average. This project leaves 62% of the property undeveloped.
Do you see any negative impact from this proposed addition on the neighboring property?
I really don't.
I previously prepared an affidavit that you reviewed and executed that summarized your testimony in this matter.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And if you continue to testify, would your testimony be consistent with that affidavit?
Yes, it will.
Mr. Chairman, that concludes our case in chief. Happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, everyone. Any questions for the applicant before we move over to hear the objectors? Okay, let's go over to the objectors. So I believe we have two. I'm going to start with Ms. Laura Martin, just because we've talked a few times today. So Ms. Martin, will you please state your name and address?
Yes, I'm Laura Martin. I live at 1048 West Oakdale. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, we can hear you.
I'm in the bathroom of my child's school, so I apologize.
Oh, no, don't worry. Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
Great. Okay, and you can go right ahead with, again, an objection, and you can also ask questions if you would like of the applicant.
Wonderful, thank you. I feel like an old pro after listening all day. So my house is right next door to the Rubens. It's also a single family home. It's also landmarked. You know, when you buy these landmark homes, you kind of know what you're buying. You know, there's going to be restrictions. That's why you're buying it so far under market, is because you can't do everything that you want to do. I strongly object to this connection between the house and the garage. And interestingly enough, in the original plans, that connection was called a breezeway, and now they've turned it into a closet, but it's the same dimensions. So I feel like maybe they're just trying to make it seem different than it is. They're also building an entire basement that's not there. So I don't understand how they can possibly say there's a lack of storage space in the house when they're going to have an entire basement to store stuff. I mean, if the architect that was just talking about how much smaller this is for the lot size compared to all the other homes in Chicago. But I guarantee the amount of storage space in this house as they're creating it is going to well exceed what most people have in Chicago. I feel this closet, which is all it is a closet, is going to change the look and feel of our neighborhood. For my side, it's going to create a 12-foot brick wall for me to stare at. Right now, I have a 6-foot fence. I can see through to Seminary. I can see my neighbors on the other side of Seminary. And what does that do? It gives you a feeling of being back in the olden days, when people didn't build lot line to lot line, when people had houses with grass all the way around them. Is it practical? Not in a city that builds lot line to lot line. I mean, my old house was a 25-foot lot. I understand what that's like, but this is not that. This is a landmark. This is the whole reason they landmarked it, was to keep it old and keep it old fashioned. And to ruin that for a closet when you're putting in a full basement, I just don't understand it. You can't imagine how many just random people stop by and talk to me anytime I'm outside. If I'm doing my landscape, if I'm walking my dog, every person just wants to talk, and they're so grateful for the upkeep of the property and just the feeling. I mean, it's almost park-like. It's beautiful, and we get so many compliments. I understand the alderman is backing this project, but I really don't understand why. I've spoken to all of the direct neighbors. So the one directly across the street of Seminary, she wasn't even notified about this, even though she's directly across the street and she's against it. Her neighbor next to her is against it. The neighbor to my east is against it. The neighbor to her east is against it. The neighbor directly across the street is against it. So I know Mr. Rubin talked to the Central Lakeview neighbors, but every immediate neighbor is against this. I know there were several more people on the call this morning. Unfortunately, they just timed out. I believe a few of them submitted letters, but they were intending to testify. But the neighbors are just really not happy about this. I did attempt to negotiate a meeting. I asked Mr. Rubin if he'd be willing to meet with the concerned neighbors, and he said he'd already made his obligation and proposed it to everyone he was legally required to propose it to, and he had no interest in a meeting with us, which was kind of sad. I don't see any unique circumstance that entitles them to this variance. They're in no different shape than I am. It's just not unique. My father is in a wheelchair, and you know what? I have to deal with it. And my mother falls down all the time, and she still helps me with my kids, but I just have to deal with it. It's not, this is, when I bought this house, it had a detached coach house and a detached garage, and you know what you're getting. Nobody hides from you what being a landmark means when you're buying this. The other point that came up from the architect was he kept reiterating how much more they could build if this wasn't a landmark property. But the reality is, it is a landmark property. It's been a landmark property for 30 plus years. Nobody hid this fact from the Rubins, that they were buying a landmark property. And when they first stopped by my house and showed me these plans, I said, there's no way. This is just never going to happen. It's a beautiful drawing. And on a different street and on a different lot, it would be a gorgeous house. But this is a landmarked property. So I guess my question, because I know the city does require notification, I'm wondering what neighbors they did officially notify, since I'm the only one that appears to have been notified.
Yeah, and Councilor Costa, that probably goes to you.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So we provided a copy of the notice list, which is the standard 100-foot distance as provided to us from the title company and met that distance. Now, I understand, for example, Miss Martin's property, I think, is 100 feet wide. So it may have only gotten to one neighbor to her east, just because of the dimensions required by the zoning ordinance. But there's a list provided. I'm trying to pull it up in case anyone really wanted to ask questions about it specifically. But we believe we've met all the notice requirements, and I've had one conversation with one neighbor who actually didn't respond to the notice. He responded because Miss Martin visited with him. And once we determined where he is located, he was more than 100 feet away, and he had no objection to the proposal.
Yeah, Rolando, let us know when you find that list. It's my hunch that 100 feet typically hits across the street because streets are excluded from.
Well, it did hit across the street. So it did cross the street. We did notify to our west.
I thought I heard you say just Miss Martin. So
no. With respect to the east, Miss Martin or maybe the next house over. So I'm going to pull the list up. But for purposes of the broader notice, oh, there, I just found the file. It's the whole, so I've now got the notice at least up on my screen. So we've notified a series of properties on Wellington, which is a street to the north of us. We have more on Wellington. We have 2926 North Seminary. We have a series of other properties on Seminary going from 2926, 2928, 2922, 2920, 2918 North Seminary, 2916 North Seminary, 2914 North Seminary. Some people don't have their addresses for notices exactly where the property is located. So I have some places that are further afar. 1057 West Oakdale was notified. 1045 West Oakdale was notified. So we've clearly crossed all the streets, extended to Seminary, and followed, the map that was provided and the list that was provided by the title company.
Did you just say 1045 West Oakdale? I'm sorry.
I have a Michael's Christopher at 1045 West Oakdale.
And you don't have a Lauren Harvey, who's at the corner of Oakdale and Seminary?
Just so that I'm clear, it's the taxpayer of record is shown on the official records of the assessor's office. And this is what the title company came up with as 1045 Oakdale. Christopher, and it's either, there's two spellings to it. There's a Michael's and a Michius, which is probably a Michael's misspelled. Both at 1045 Oakdale, two different PIN numbers.
Okay.
We also posted, Mr. Chairman, we posted the property. You have pictures, the staff has pictures of the posting of the property. And it was noticed in the paper as required.
Okay. Okay.
It's curious.
Yeah. Any other questions from Ms. Martin before we go to Ms. Rattain?
I'm sorry, I'm just reviewing my notes really quick. So one clarifying question. So the unique circumstance they're citing as a reason for this variance is that they bought a landmark property. Is that a concise question?
That's a concise question. If I can answer, we have three unique circumstances, but it is a landmark property, which is a unique circumstance relative to generally properties in Chicago. We have the location of existing buildings. So the landmark property and the limitations of the landmark limit our ability to build further than the zoning ordinance would and dictate the location of the additions. The existence of the building also dictates and locates and limits the locations of any additions here. And then lastly, we have a slightly shorter lot in terms of depth than is standard Chicago, although it is a common depth in the neighborhood.
So the existing building you're referencing is another landmark building. So you have the depth, which is common, and other than that, there are unique circumstances that it's a landmark house that they knew when they bought it.
And the land, I mean, I guess my response to that is the landmark has approved this. So the proposal before you is consistent with the landmarks, but landmarks itself said that they couldn't build any further than what is being proposed and impose restrictions like the 15-foot separation between the garage, or I'm sorry, the coach house and the house. None of these
However,
precise, you know your landmark when you buy the piece of property. The extent and limitations aren't necessarily fully known because landmarks reacts to plans that are submitted.
Right, we have a lot of experience with landmarks, and I did talk to them about this. And what they had told me, and this is probably not even admissible, but what they had told me is, if this plan that is presented now was the first iteration of the plan, it would have never been approved. But because it was the third iteration, they felt like they had to work with them.
Other than that's hearsay, because
Yeah, we
right.
can't.
That's what
we
I
can't
said.
consider that. Yeah.
Right, that's what I figured, but I'm
Yeah,
not a
we
lawyer.
can't go down there.
Right. All right. So that's all I've got, guys. Thank you for listening to me. I cannot give you guys enough thanks for being city officials and working until 7 o'clock at night. Kudos.
Thanks for staying on all day. We always appreciate the commitment. We do.
All right. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you. Okay. So let's go to Giselle Retain. Giselle, can you please state your name and address?
Yes, my name is Giselle Hyman Retain. My address is 1040 West Oakdale Avenue.
Thank you very much. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
Yes, I do.
Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Knudsen, and also the entire zoning board for staying on all day. I'm representing the neighbors on Oakdale Seminary, that corner, and including the owner of 1100 West Oakdale, which is the large house immediately to the west of this 1045 structure, the Harveys, Lauren Harvey, and we have plenty of documentation and emails that she had never received any notification regarding this house. Okay, but I just wanted to clarify that because we have the documentation. She's written it up in emails. But I want to give you a bigger view of the concern of the neighborhood, because as a representative, I just would like you to understand how the neighbors on Oakdale Seminary in this cluster are responding to the development. First of all, I want to explain that 1045 was built, 1054 was built by the the president of the Northwest Terracotta Company in the late 1800s. In response to the Great Chicago Fire, great architects were brought in from the East Coast to build non-flammable structures, steel girders clad in ornate materials. Terracotta was the pick, and the Northwest Terracotta Company became the largest terracotta distributor in the area and in the United States. The principles of the Northwest Terracotta Company all clustered in this little corner, which landmarks is designated Terracotta Row. So this house on 1054 was one of approximately 5 that were harmoniously designed in reflection of one another and in conjunction with one another with the intent of showcasing this wonderful terracotta design and milieu. Our residents on this block and in the area have a deep respect for the aesthetic of this house in conjunction with the other houses, as well as the historic and architectural significance of this house. So, barring questions about closet space, et cetera, taking a bigger view, this house has a tremendous limited as well as far-ranging impact, because there are tourists that come from far and wide architecture tours that come by the street to ooh and ah and goggle at this house, which caps what's called the Orange Block of Oakdale, which is a string of historic homes. And so we really feel that the owners of this new property, 1054, need to take in account their obligations, not just to their space limits, but to the general consensus of the people living in the neighborhood and also the greater Chicago neighborhood and community, and et cetera, because this city is known and revered for protecting its critical cultural architectural assets. And we want to keep the owners keep that in mind. The Martins, as Laura Martin expressed, she lives right next door in 1048, and her house is known as, well, we call it in the neighborhood, we call it the mansion, but it is on the National Register of Historic Places, the Holcomb House, and with good reason. And it's an exquisite architectural example. And the open space really accentuates the beauty of the architectural novelty of the house. And in reality, by creating a big wall next to that house, it really kind of encapsulates that house. And even though, and that wall, because it can be seen from the street, and really we feel as neighbors, not only our civic pride, but we have a lot of pride in our property values. And we feel that this kind of transgression could very well, the deviation from the norm, which is there are no attached garages in this neighborhood. And it does create a closed space where, we can't get that full view of the architectural beauty of Terracotta Row. So we are concerned about adding this density on this property, and that is our concern. And in addition, it was discussed amongst the community on this block and in the corridor here, that with the savings from creating a more acceptable scale of the building to, of course, maintain the character of the neighborhood, those additional funds could be put into what is really important, which is restoring an incredible architectural gem, which is the terracotta wall. It encircles their property. It's fallen into disrepair. The Martins and I have passionately restored our portion of the wall, and it is the hope and aspiration of every single person that lives within this neighborhood that the new owner of this property understand their obligation to history and to the community to put that wall back together. And we will do everything in our power as neighbors to assist them in that. But that is an objective of ours. So those are the 2 points. And with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Tang, and for coming and staying this late. So I want to make sure that we've gotten everyone's objections on before we go to rebuttal and questions and the alderman. So is anyone else on to object? I'm just looking down the list. Okay, so Rolando, I'm going to go back to you as the applicant for rebuttal, and then I want the board to ask questions. Alderman speaks. You can choose short closing or not.
So let me first start by just pointing out that I've looked at the notice list with respect to 1100 West Oakdale. I have a Mr. David W. Harvey on the list with a PIN number. So he was on the notice list. We sent out the notices, again, posted on the property.
Okay, they said they didn't. They say they didn't.
I also like to mention that Mr. Harvey did submit a letter of support of the project as well.
Oh,
Okay, just so we know who's, we're on rebuttal.
sorry.
I just gotta know
Oh, I'm
who's
sorry.
speaking when, okay, was that you, Dr. Rubin?
Yes, it was me. Sorry. That's why I wanted to clarify.
Okay.
So, and I'd like to just turn now to Dr. Rubin briefly for rebuttal. Dr. Rubin, you do respect, obviously, the landmark nature of your property.
Yes, I like to point out that my parents own a landmark property at 837 West Oakdale. I and my wife own a landmark property now, just like our parents do. And we have seen what they've done to preserve their property. And we look forward to preserving this property that's fallen in disrepair over the course of many years and many unfortunate renovations, and bringing it back to what it should be, what it was and what it should be.
And I think it goes without saying, but I think it bears repeating, that the proposed construction on your property, addition and the proposed connection, were all approved by the City of Chicago Landmarks Permit Review Committee as well as staff.
Correct. We approached the alderman and we, as well as the Landmark Commission. We work with both. I'd like to thank Alderman Tunney for working with us, as well as I'd like to thank the Landmark Commission, as well as the zoning administrator, for giving us the opportunity to meet with them to give us advice on how to best proceed to, as I said, bring this property back to what it was and restore it.
And the Landmarks Commission found this to be consistent with the nature of this landmark and this landmark district.
Yes, they did.
I don't believe, but correct me if I'm wrong, you are building a basement in this house.
No, I mean, we are not. We are building down below the addition where it is. And we are actually digging out part of the existing basement in order to prevent us from meeting a zoning change rather than a zoning variation. But there are a significant part of the basement which is staying at a level of 6'9". So it's going to be very difficult and uninhabitable space.
So, and the attic, which is also so there's 4 levels to this house. There's the basement, which is uninhabitable, as you noted. There's the ground floor, which is habitable. The second floor, which is habitable. And then there's a small attic, which is also difficult to get to, provide some storage, but not significant amounts. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
So this is a necessity. And you've had it here. This is a reduced version of what you originally wished to have on this property.
Yes, correct. You would have, our original proposal was that the addition would go all the way out to the coach house itself. This was reduced by a significant amount. Mr. Heyman could specifically tell you how much the reduction was overall, but it was just a significant amount of reduction to what we initially had proposed to the Landmark Commission and the Alderman's office.
Just 2 more points with you. First of all, I don't believe your property is currently surrounded by a wall.
It is not.
It's surrounded by
there is a fence that's currently on the Martin's property line that is falling over into our property.
And if you were standing on Seminary and looked between the coach house and the home directly to the east today, which is rough, and looked at the area where this addition is being built, what would you see between your home and the Martin's home?
You would see a lot of trees there. You would not see, you would have to squint to be able to see the Martin's home. There is basically a very, very large tree that's actually falling over and tipping over into our property. As you can see right here, it's falling over the fence onto the property. The roots and everything are on their side of the property. And that would prevent us actually from seeing the Martin's property.
So the sense that you have an open view straight out to Seminary is really not what's there today.
No, correct. You would not have that open view. And you do not have the open view now.
And you could, I don't know if you can, our exhibit D31 actually has a photograph looking directly due east from Seminary as to what is being proposed. In the area of what is being proposed. I think that is all I have from Dr. Rubin. Just for a moment, I'd like to turn to Mr. Heyman just to tell us the extent of reductions in the proposed plans over time, just quickly.
We have reduced the overall square footage of the project. We've also significantly reduced the portion of the addition going towards Seminary and towards the Coach House in order to meet the Landmark Commission's requests and requirements. We've removed the existing, there was an addition built over the original front porch, and the whole front porch was badly butchered by restorations in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and 80s. The main house has been remodeled about 7 times, we think, from what we've been able to see. And almost none of the existing architectural features of the original house were preserved. And our plans call for restoring the entire front facade of the house to what we believe it originally was. We are not disregarding the landmark nature of the property, nor the roots of the Northwestern Terracotta Company whatsoever.
And there's a number of other properties in this immediate area that have encroachments into the rear yards or connected portions of the property to the garage. Is that correct?
Many. They're not at all unusual in this area of Chicago.
And I think the board can see that in our exhibits D3 and D39, where I've identified some of those properties.
This is really a very minimal a request, and the idea that we should put a a closet in the basement, so when someone comes home from work or brings a guest, a parent, a grandparent, or someone, that they should go down to the basement to hang up their coat. We've only got one reasonable sized closet in the connecting link, and that's it. There's no living facilities there. There's no plumbing facilities. It's purely a passageway and a coat closet.
With that, Mr.
It
Chairman.
was all approved by the Landmark Commission.
Mr. Chairman, I'm going to turn it back over to you if you wanted to.
Yeah, let's go to questions. So any questions from the board?
I've got a question. What could be done without the variation?
I can simply answer that, because if you look at our plan, you'd have to remove the connection and you're sort of there.
Okay.
So it is truly, the variation is truly for this connection.
Yeah, we can't build, Mr. Chairman, we can't build to the, basically can't build to the east, south, or west. And we can't get closer to the Coach House. So you can only build, the remaining area to be built on is exactly where this connection is located. That's all you could build. And without the variation, we just couldn't build it.
And that's only about 220 square feet, that connecting link.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Okay, let's go to Alderman Tunney. Alderman, are you still with us? I see him. Alderman, you're just muted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. So can you please state your name and just who you are?
Okay, Tom Tunney, Alderman 44.
Great. And do you swear or affirm to tell the truth in today's proceedings?
I do.
All right, go right ahead.
So I'm in support of this based on the landmark recommendation, but I want to correct a few thoughts that were presented by the opposition. Number one, this landmark district is maybe 10 years old, so it's not 30 years old. I was the one that instigated the landmark district, which consists of 4 properties on Oakdale and Seminary, 2 on the north side and 2 on the south side. So there are only 4 on this very limited landmark district. Now, as the applicant said, we also went to the 800 block of Oakdale, which is a separate landmark designation, both sides of the 800 block of Oakdale. So no one is more I would say, supportive of landmark districts. That being said, a little bit of historical context. The Martins live on directly east of the subject property. Historically, when I first came into the neighborhood before I was alderman, the subject property had 4 lots, no, maybe 5 lots, that was part of this mansion to the east of the property. The developer at that time, I think the gentleman's name was Fox. He obviously kept the original house, but built 2 houses to the east, of which one of the persons that is against it bought one of those houses, probably was in the 80s, if I'm not mistaken. So that being said, the Martins bought the house with 2 lots to the east. One, the immediate property to the east was bought by the Martins and demolished for additional side space for their beautiful home. I don't want to discount that, but the Martins have at least 100 feet of frontage on their beautiful home. So there's plenty of open space for the Martins to the east. And I do want to say there's only 4 houses or 4 homes that are part of the landmark district, what's called Terracotta Row, which I orchestrated, number one. And the previous owners of the subject property were not supportive of that landmark district, by the way. So with that being said, the original request was much more, I believe, much more FAR, much more, it was a bigger project that connected the front house to the coach house. And we worked with landmarks, we worked with the applicant to reduce the size of the addition. The other aspect of this is that and I think it's pretty important to note that if it's actually true, I don't know the percentage, but 62% of the corner house, the applicant, is open space. So I think that's, as far as the overall community is concerned, I think that's an important attribute. The other aspect of it is the subject property is on the corner. Many of you know that corner lots are not infill lots. They're not, that they generally, and I think that for practical purposes, if you look across the street from the subject property, there is a 3-story building that's in the landmark district, one of the 4, that has a very limited backyard. It's a very large 3-flat that connects to a garage, and it's much more imposing than what the applicants have on this subject property that we're looking at today. So with all that, and with ultimate respect to my neighbors on Oakdale, I feel that this is an appropriate plan. It met with landmark review, and it meets with Central Lakeview. I believe the neighborhood organization approved it, and I think it's going to be a handsome addition to our neighborhood, and it certainly will not affect any property values from anybody around there. So I'm available for questions, but that's my 2 cents worth, and I appreciate the consideration of the committee.
Yep, thank you very much, Alderman, for coming for our final matter of the day. We appreciate it. Any questions from the board for Alderman Tunney?
Yeah, Alderman, I have one question. This is Sam. So Central Lakeview neighbors are behind this. So there's a few neighbors that do not like this project, but overall Central Lakeview neighbors are supportive of this project.
That is somebody can defy that, but I believe that's the recommendation we got from Central Lakeview. And of course, the Landmark Commission has already voiced their support. Some of the immediate neighbors on Oakdale that may be for or against it are not in the Landmark District. So there's 4 properties at the corner of Oakdale and Seminary that are in the Landmark District, the Terracotta Row as we speak. The remaining neighbors on Oakdale, which may go to Rolando's question about how many larger buildings that connect to the backyard, to the rear yard and such. But there's only 4 properties that on the 1000 block of Oakdale that are in the Landmark District. The rest of Oakdale, both east and west, are not in the Landmark District until you get to the 800 block, which is basically Halsted. So
right, it's on the other side of Sheffield. All right, and another question. I know you said this, but I just want you to say it one more time. So this only got landmarked 10 years ago, not 30 years ago.
Oh, absolutely not. I've not been alderman for 30 years. So I was the one that promulgated the need to do restoration, to do the landmarking both on Terracotta Row, and previous to that, probably about 2005 on the 800 block of Oakdale. So when we got to the 800 block of Oakdale with success, we moved to Terracotta Row, and the 4 buildings that landmarks determined were landmarkable were the 2 on the north and 2 on the south side of Oakdale. So it'd be 1054, 1050, 1051, 1057. Those are the 4 on the east of Seminary on both sides of Oakdale. 4 properties.
So between Sheffield and Seminary.
No, just the corner, just the 2 properties. Seminary is a block west of Sheffield.
Right.
And it's just 4 properties, 2 on the north side and 2 on the south side.
All right, just want to get my
The
head
rest
around
of
it. All
Oakdale
right.
from Sheffield to Seminary is not landmarked.
Got it. All right, that's helpful. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for Alderman Tunney? Okay, Alderman, thank you again very much.
Okay.
We appreciate you coming.
Okay, happy Friday evening, y'all.
Thank you.
All right, and thanks to the people on the call, whether they for or against it. This is an important project, and I think it will only enhance the value of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so with that, Councilor Acosta, like I said, you have the option to give a closing statement. You don't need to. We've got a lot of information here, but up to you.
I think you've got all the information. You understand the uniqueness of this property and the fact that we basically can't build anything anywhere else. So that gives us the real hardship here. With that, I thank you for your perseverance and your patience in listening to all of this. Thank you.
Yep, thank you. And thank you everyone still on the call. We've had a lot of great community participation today from all sides. So we really appreciate it. With that, I move that we convene into closed session pursuant to sections 2C4 and 2C21 of the Open Meetings Act for the purpose of number 1, considering the evidence and testimony presented in open session, and number 2, conducting our mandatory 6-month review of closed session minutes. For those viewing by live stream, we will return from our closed session and the live stream will continue at that point. Commissioner Toya seconds. Commissioner Saul?
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez?
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito?
Yes.
Commissioner Toya?
Yes.
I vote yes. We're now closed. All right, I move that we return to open session. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
Great, I vote yes, we are back. First, I'd like to report that in closed session, we determined that our written closed session minutes do not require confidentiality, are available for public inspection. We will therefore be approving our written closed session minutes next month, and they will be available to the public after their approval. However, the verbatim recordings of closed session do still require confidential treatment. Second, we will now vote. Note that any motion to approve a special use will be tied to the recommendations of the department as amended and any additional conditions read by me. I move to approve all continuance requests to the date stated by me. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved. I move to approve all withdrawal requests. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul.
Yes.
I'm sorry. Okay, great. Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they are approved. Now we'll get to voting. I move to approve application for calendar number 436-20-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 104-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 105-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 106-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 107-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 108-22-Z and 109-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 110-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 111-22-S and 112-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 113-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 114-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 115-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 120-22-Z and 121-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 122-22-S and 123-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to affirm the decision of the zoning administrator on calendar number 124-22-A. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
No.
Commissioner Esposito,
No.
Commissioner Toya.
No.
I vote no. The matter has been, the motion, sorry. The zoning administrator's decision has been denied. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 125-22-S and 126-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 127-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 128-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 129-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 130-22-S, 131-22-S, 132-22-Z, 133-22-S, and 134-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 135-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 136-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve applications for calendar numbers 138-22-Z and 139-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matters are approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 140-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 75-22-S. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number 81-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve application for calendar number, for calendar number 92-22-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, the matter is approved. I move to approve the written resolution containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for board calendar numbers 47-22-Z, 48-22-Z, 56-22-S, 57-22-Z, 502-21-S, and 502-21-Z. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move to approve the written resolutions containing findings of fact consistent with the votes of the board for the board's March 18th, 2022 regular meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, they're approved. I move that we adjourn the meeting. Commissioner Toya seconds, Commissioner Saul,
Yes.
Commissioner Sanchez,
Yes.
Commissioner Esposito,
Yes.
Commissioner Toya.
Yes.
I vote yes, we are adjourned. Thank you very much, everybody, for all the time today, and all the time always that goes into this. Thanks so much to the staff. Enjoy
Aye,
the
thank
nice
you.
day tomorrow. Yep.
Thanks.
See everybody.